find, some resolution to to this impasse, I must say, because it's quite a long time now students have been at home, and of course the students too are not left behind because they are blocking, Abuja airport today, and then Kaduna Road, and of course looking at what they did on Monday and how they put forth their grievances. But one will really ask, although it is better late anyway than never, the interventions from some high quarters, especially from the National Assembly. But all the same, I think it's worthwhile for such a body to talk.
It's important that at least the National Assembly is wading, as it were, into the strike that has lingered now for more than 7 months. Today is the 21st of September, so we'll say 7 months and 1 week. The matter is, of course, before the National Industrial Court, and then you're having various forms of intercession, as it were, by leading individuals in the country. Now, when the Speaker of the House says that both the federal government, that's to say the executive branch, and also should shift ground, I just ask the question to ask, in my opinion, is, look, what is the fundamental issue behind the incessant strike by ASU members? Some would say, one, it is all to do with autonomy. Others would say, or alternatively, it has to do with the funding of universities. Now, if it is the funding of public universities, which is my view, and then the subtext of funding, of course, also has to do with autonomy of public universities, we have to ask ourselves, why is it that ASU appears to have a doctrinaire opposition to the reintroduction of tuition fees in public universities? As the Speaker said, look, the current funding arrangement is no longer feasible. So whether it's a Marxist-Leninist disposition that some of the ASU members have to say that, no, government has the resources, government must pay, government must do this, government. So you can't have a big government today. It's not workable. It's not workable. And if I may sound like a broken record, the example I have always cited in another book is as follows. Look, let us assume you have 1 million students in federal public universities. If you look at all the federal universities, you look at their numbers, say there are 1 million. And if you say that for tuition, flat rate, I'm not talking about a 5-year course, whether you're studying architecture or law, or a 6-year course like medicine, or another 5-year course like pharmacy. I'm just saying, flat rate. Each student for tuition, you pay 100,000 naira. If you multiply that 100,000 by 1 million students, that will yield 100 billion naira. And you ask me, where do you find the tertiary education to be cheap? Let's not point to some other countries and say, here, oh, education is free. Oh, here, education is free. Oh, university education is free. But somebody pays for it. If that somebody is the system, and that system ensures that there is contribution up ahead to enable you enjoy that. Some of the leading countries we refer to in the US, people take loans to go to college as they refer to their universities. So if that is the case, why is ASU objecting to the reintroduction? Because we had tuition fees in the past. It was the oil boom that led to it and said, oh, nobody should pay tuition anymore. We needed to grow our manpower. It is ridiculous, in my opinion, that, for instance, if you are a medical student, I'll give you an example. A medical student, the charges they pay per annum, per session, 14,500. You are studying medicine. You are paying, I didn't say 14,500 US dollars, 14,500 naira. It's ridiculous.
But usually, even when you look at it really, there are other universities in this country.
Yes.
And Nigerians are studying there, and they are paying really through the nose, if I may use that phrase. Because that's what the Nigerians will say. A lot of them will say that it's too heavy, the fees in the the private institutions and private universities. But still, we pay. Still, students go there. Still, students are graduating. And I think it's high time we look at that and start thinking that being poor is, a prerequisite, or rather an attribute of certain class of Nigerians. If you're looking for education, it's often been said, if you think education is expensive, try illiteracy or ignorance. So if that dictum still holds way, I think it's better we look into that and then start asking Nigerians to pay for education, especially university education, because that is what is obtained the world over.
It turns out that some state universities charge fees.
Yeah, sure.
They charge fees. So they charge fees and students are paid. There are students who run part-time programs. Those who run part-time programs, they pay. So why would it be that regular students cannot pay for their own tuition? I think the federal government itself, because it was always said to be a tough political decision for any administration to make. President Muhammadu Buhari is not seeking re-election. His tenure ends on the 29th of May next year. We are not saying President Muhammadu Buhari and his administration do something brash and unreasonable. What is reasonable in the circumstance is that you have to take a decision regarding the funding of public universities in the country. And when we say reintroduce tuition fees, that will be a supplement, because already you have a number of programs and sources by which the government continues to fund public education, state and federal. TED Fund, for instance. If you go to a number of institutions in the country today, you will find the presence of TED Fund all over the place. Nobody is saying scrap TED Fund. TED Fund will continue to be there. It will provide a supplement. You have a needs assessment, but for students who are in public universities, federal public universities, I think the time has come to recognize, as the speaker said, look, that current funding arrangements are no longer feasible, and there is no reason, in my opinion, for the doctrinaire opposition that we have had in the past. There is no point also saying, look, let us introduce a bank for education, let students go and take loans. That will be difficult to manage, in my opinion. It will be difficult to manage.
Efforts are being made, I think, generally now in order to find a lasting solution to strikes. And I think we'll better get there, the earlier the better, pretty fast, really. Now, we will now take a break. The program Good Morning Nigeria will continue after the break, and we'll be talking about the continuous voter registration and the worrisome issues there. Stay with us.
157-kilometer Lagos-Ibadan Railway is the first double-track standard gauge railway to be built in West Africa. The Mobolaji Johnson train station is a masterpiece, an infrastructure that is gradually becoming an iconic building in Lagos State. The modern facilities put the station on a world map of train stations. Likewise, other new train stations across the country built to world-class standards. The train and its convenience is indeed an admirable effort, with commendations from Nigerians.
This is a station that we have to commend the federal government for putting a beautiful face, empowering us in Lagos State, not only in economic and political arena.
I can say that I'm really impressed with the infrastructures in place. Kudos to the Minister of Transportations. Kudos to the federal government.
Truly, good things are coming out of Nigeria, and the federal government is deserving of all the applause.
Wait. Mama T, wetin COVID vaccine poster dey do for your domot? Abi you don begin work for those people?
Big mommy, na me put the poster there. Our teacher say COVID-19 vaccine dey safe well, and it go protect you, me, and all our family from COVID-19. Our teacher sabi road o, big mommy. Make you follow who know road.
My name na Dr. Chinonso Egemba. Then they call me Aproko Doctor. The COVID-19 vaccine na ogbonge way to take protect you and your family from wahala, sickness and death from COVID-19. Or you have to get your own free COVID-19 vaccine, sharply go any healthcare facility way near you.
Bye, Mom.
He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill.
And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win more trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with germ defense gives you protection. Rainy season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol Show.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque. Please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
What we face mostly now are flashes of cowardly attacks from the rump of groups that have been routed in one location or the other, moving to another to give the false impression that they are still strong. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate them altogether and restore total and lasting peace over every inch of the Nigerian soil. Sounding tall, but take it home. We are determined to ensure that every inch of the Nigerian soil is safe. That determination is there. The order has been given. But we shall continue to protect the lives and property of Nigerians and foreigners in our midst. We shall continue to work for the peace of the nation and deter elements that constitute threats to the people. We shall bear the full powers of the government to secure every inch of our land. We shall not rest until peace is fully restored to Nigeria.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Now, to start our conversation, let's take this background report put together by Joseph Watson.
The right to vote for leaders of choice begins with the right of eligible citizens to complete voter registration process and collect permanent voter cards. To make voter registration easier and more accessible for Nigerians, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) on the 28th of June 2021 introduced online pre-registration not only to prospective registrants but also for registered voters who may wish to transfer their registration centers or have misplaced or defaced their PVCs. It allows prospective registrants to initiate the registration process online and physically complete same at designated centers of their choice. The initiative also intends to help decongest registration centers, reduce delay, and allow prospective registrants to schedule appointments and monitor their applications from the comfort of their homes. Bright as it seems, yet not devoid of challenges, as a large proportion of prospective registrants could not complete their registration process to access PVCs as at 31st July 2022, when INEC closed its gate for the continuous voter registration exercise. INEC disclosed that out of 10,487,972 Nigerians who carried out their pre-registration online, only 3,444,378 completed the process at a physical center. In response to this, a civil society organization, Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, urges INEC to immediately create a window and give the more than 7 million Nigerians who could not complete the process a chance to do so, saying the failure of the applicants to complete their registration may be due to factors entirely outside of their control. It accused the electoral body of denying a significant number of eligible voters the right to cast their votes come 2023 general elections. Meanwhile, INEC has refuted the claim by the civil society organization, noting that the 7 million applicants failed to either complete the online enrollment or failed to appear physically at the designated centers to complete the process in line with laid down procedure. The idea of a definite registration timeline to INEC is to enable the electoral umpire focus on other aspects of the electoral process, as it usually draws up budget for these exercises and allocates funds based on materials, personnel needed, and according to duration of the exercise. But again, how credible is an election when a large proportion of the eligible citizens cannot vote? Is this the fault of the prospective registrants or inadequacy in the system? And what is the best option moving forward? Guests on Good Morning Nigeria will respond to these questions and give insights soon.
Thank you very much, Joseph Olsen, for that very elaborate background report. And happily, we have guests who will be responding to the issues you raised and many more that will come up in the course of the conversation. Let's welcome Mr. Victor Aluko. He's Director of Publicity and Voter Education of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Mr. Aluko, we're glad to have you this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Nigerians.
All right. Also here with us is another regular guest, Engineer Yusuf Sani Yabagi. He's the National Chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. Yusuf Sani Yabagi, we're glad to have you again on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you, Kinsley. Thank you for having me.
And from our Kano studio is Arms-Free Ajanaku, media and election expert. It's good to have you on Good Morning Nigeria. It's good to have you on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you. My pleasure to be here.
And also joining us via Zoom from Lagos is Cynthia Bamalu, Director of Program, Yaga Africa. Thank you for joining us on Good Morning Nigeria, Cynthia.
Thank you, and good morning, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. You're all welcome.
All right. I think we'll begin with Mr. Victor.
Yeah, that's what I thought, really.
Of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, let's also have some little background. The online registration as part of the continuous voter registration was an innovation intended to smoothen the process and make it more convenient for potential registrants to, as INEC said at the time, initiate their registration from the comfort of their homes or their offices without having to locate any INEC office or any spot where registration was going on. But here we are, some 7 million Nigerians are saying that yes, they took part in that. There were about 10 million who took part in it. And suddenly, things have gone wrong. What happened?
Thank you so much. Firstly, let me state that the Commission will never do anything to prevent any eligible Nigerian from having their names on the voters' register. The electoral process basically belongs to voters. If there are no voters, we cannot have any electoral process. If there are no voters, we can't have elections, and INEC will not exist. So the idea that maybe we'll deliberately denied whopping 7 million Nigerians from completing registration, from becoming voters, is not really true. We all can take our minds back to the end of June 28, 2021, when we actually started the whole process, when we told Nigerians that we were initiating pre-registration online. And we also let Nigerians know that you could walk in to our offices and do your registration physically. The idea of pre-registration online was to allow those who are busy, young people in offices, to initiate that process. But then when you initiate the process, you must go physically to our office and our centers to complete the process. Because there's no way we will be able to take your fingerprints online. All those things must be finished physically. Now, the problem we had was that some Nigerians seemed not to understand the whole procedure. I had someone, a young person in her 20s, who initiated that online pre-registration online. and sent it to me. You know, when you do it, INEC will send you a slip online too, saying these are your particulars. And she sent it to me, jubilating that I've registered. I said, actually, she's my daughter. And she was registering for the first time. She lives in Lagos. And I told her, daughter, you've not finished. You must now go to our office and complete the process. She said, how now? I said, you must. That's the procedure. And she actually went to our office, completed the procedure. And when she finished, she said, yes, I've finished now. I'm now a registered voter. I'm happy. I will vote. And I said, that's just the procedure. So there were many Nigerians who started that process and at a point did not go to our centers to physically complete the process. Out of the 7 million they're talking about, we found out that 4 million actually abandoned the process. Did not even complete the pre-registration process itself online. And 3 million completed that pre-registration process online and did not go to our offices to complete the process and finish it. So what we're trying to let people know is that all these things, you see, there are rights and responsibilities. Your right to register also carries a responsibility to understand the procedures and follow the procedures. Everything we do in life has a procedure. Even eating your food has a procedure. You won't put your food in the nose. You put your food in the mouth. So we need to, as a people, keep to regulations. When organizations are saying, this is the way we want you to do things, let's keep to the regulations. So all those 7 million were people who did not finish the process as at the time the CVR ended. And if they did not finish the process, there's no way we will forcefully put them in the list of those who completed the process. That means we'll be rigging the register. And of course, we can't do such thing. And that's just a simple fact. Those 7 million people did not complete the process. And only 3 million completed the process out of the 10 million. And those 3 million are on the list now. We are doing cleaning up. After that, we will finish the process. We'll print their cards, and they will have their cards. It pains us so much, but there was nothing we could do.
Tony, let me just add up.
All right, go ahead, please. Yes.
Fortunately, you are the director of voter education and publicity, and this thing all requires, education and continuous one for that matter. And with great education and with a lot of all these court cases and allegations and claims wouldn't have been so much in the public domain, because a lot of people get to know that this is where you are and this is where these Nigerians are, and they should know that they should do this and do that. How much have you gone in that? I had wanted to keep this question to the end of this program, but all the same, with this now, we need to have that on.
Before we started the CVR at the end of June last year, and during the process, at least, let us give it to the Nigerian media. There was a lot of media publicity. Then, as a commission, we had a lot of engagement with stakeholders all over the country, local government areas, states, and even at national level. And we kept talking. You see, the thing is, sometimes there are people who, no matter what you say, will not listen. They will just do whatever they want to do.
Instead of taking you to court.
They'll just do whatever. And of course, the issue of taking us to court, the issue of this, they will try to portray the commission as having deliberately denied people. We all saw how the whole thing went. We ran this program for 13 months. It was supposed to be 1 year. We extended for another 1 month. Just to ensure that people actually participate fully. We kept shouting on top of our voices, the procedures. If you register online, it's just a pre-registration. You have to complete the process. Some people did. Now, out of 10 million, 3 million did. Those 3 million who passed the whole thing, we need to commend them. We need to commend those 3 million who passed. There are also Nigerians like those who did not finish the process. So if people willfully did not finish the process, it's painful. But we will not go to people's homes and go and force them to come to our centers and complete the process.
Victor, please explain this again to our viewers so that we know what numbers we are dealing with in terms of the contention over whether they've been denied the opportunity of complete registration. Is it the case that about 10 million Nigerians took the online route for registration?
Yes.
All right. So 10 million Nigerians took advantage of the online procedure, which was an innovation by INEC. Of the 10 million, there was supposed to be a two-stage process.
Yes.
You do pre-registration, and then you go for the physical capture. Yes. Now, you are talking about some numbers. There are 7 million of these persons.
Yes.
So what happened to 3 million? What happened to 4 million?
Out of the 7 million, what we're saying, that out of the 7 million that did not complete the process, what we found out was that 4 million out of them did not even finish the online pre-registration process itself.
They dropped out at the first stage.
They dropped out at the first stage. They either abandoned it, or we believe maybe they went and did physical registration. That's our belief. They either abandoned it. Because once you initiate the process, it registers on our portal that you've initiated the process. If you don't complete the process, it's already registered on our portal. So those 10 million people were all those who initiated the process. We found out that 4 million out of those people abandoned the process.
That's right. All right. So
they abandoned the process. They did not even complete it. Whether they now went and they did physical registration, they abandoned the process. Then 3 million completed the pre-registration online. They completed pre-registration online. The next step was that they needed to go to our offices and finish the process
by
physical
capture.
That is, we could get their prints, we could take their pictures, and all those biometrics. Those 3 million did not go to our offices to complete that process. That's out of 7 million now. 4 million did not even finish the pre-online registration itself when they started on their computers and their laptops. 3 million finished it, but did not go to our offices to complete the process entirely. So that's how we had 7 million out of 10 million that at the end of the day did not finish the registration process at all, even though they initiated it.
Okay, so the issue now is how you will accommodate those 3 million. Those 3 million, that is the issue.
Those 3 million now are part of those who validly completed the registration process. That is, we had those who worked in physically and completed. The 3 million who finished the pre-registration and completed and came to offices to complete it are the people we are saying out of 10 million, they finished the online registration.
There's no problem with those ones. We're talking about the other 3 million.
That passed. That passed. They are part of our valid list now. They are part of the valid list of those who we said 12 million Nigerians that completed CVR. 12 million Nigerians completed the entire CVR.
Sorry, Mr.
They can vote now.
I'm not quite clear about this. So that before we bring in the other guests, if you have your pen, now your pencil, 10 million. Of this 10 million, 3 million completed the process.
Yes.
3 million validated. They are part of the voters register.
They are part of the voters list that we are cleaning up now.
That's fine. That's okay. No problem. Then you had 7 million. Of the 7 million, 4 million abandoned the exercise.
Abandoned the exercise.
Minus 4 million, right? So you now have 3 million.
That did not even come to our office at all.
Hang on.
The process.
4 million, if you abandon the pre-registration, then you have no claim, you have no right. But 3 million completed that first stage of pre-registration, but then neglected to come physically to your office
throughout the period.
So we will deal with the remedies for this 3 million now. I don't know whether you get it.
They're talking about their fate now.
Yes. We will leave him to respond to that later. Right. To say that actually those who may have a claim now, maybe on account of whatever reasons they want to give, but probably lack of information, lack of awareness, illness, or otherwise, we say only 3 million now are potentially on the fringe of being disenfranchised, assuming there's no formal remedy for them. We can now say there are 7 million. If 4 million abandon the exercise, they have gone. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll come to you. Nadabu.
But really, before we leave him too, still, just excuse us a while. Of the 4 million, let me get down to that. It's a little bit of mathematics. You said they are the ones that abandoned it. And of course, they might have gone for physical, registration. Right?
That's those who abandoned the process.
Who abandoned the process.
We're just speculating now.
Yeah, it's speculating. But what I'm saying is, if they should have gone, take for instance, they've gone. And then they might have gotten registered. By the time they start the process, which of course it appears on your portal, and of course by the time they go for the physical registration, if at all they went for that, it also appears on your portal.
No, who are trying to speculate what made them to abandon the process, whether they decided not to come at all anymore, or whether they took the physical route to get registered.
If they
are only just speculating what they did, so we cannot really hold on to that. It is good to say that that figure were people who abandoned the process itself. That's it. We were only analyzing that figure 7 million.
Okay.
We were trying to break down that 7 million. The important thing is that 7 million persons did not, at the end of the day, complete the process as far as pre-online registration was concerned, as far as going physically to now complete what they initiated was concerned. Out of that 10 million, we were saying 7 million did not. 3 million did. 3 million finished the entire process, and
no issues with those ones.
So that's what we are saying.
But there's another
apart from that, Nigerians who had entirely physical process did not attempt any online thing at all.
Yes.
So that's what we are saying, that we have a figure now of a little above 12 million Nigerians who completed the CVR process.
Fantastic.
That's what we are working with.
Fantastic.
We are not just trying to explain the breakdown. And this issue of people who did not follow the procedures.
Victor, please, I'm sorry, I'm leaping in again. So that you say CVR, continuous voter registration, has turned up 12 million eligible voters. 12 million. But
who completed the registration?
No problem. They will not be eligible if they didn't complete the process. So we're saying they are eligible. But there are 3 million who are still on the sidelines. It's like you are in a stadium and then people are trying to open the gates for you. Maybe the gates have been closed. You see, it's a very interesting match that is going on. Probably, I don't want to mention any club now or any team. So they have the stadium. They say, look, this election is going to be very interesting. See, PDP is playing against APC is playing against Labour is playing against all the other parties, X, Y, Z. So they are the stadium. Let us enter. 3 million. You already have 12 million who are inside from this exercise. So there are others before whose CVRs are valid. It is what you are going to do with these 3 million who are banging at your gates that will be the contentious point. But thanks a lot for your explanation, Victor. We still retain you while we bring in Chairman of IPAC. Chairman, IPAC, what does this mean? I mean, I'm sure you have an understanding of it, but what does it just mean to you and, of course, to IPAC?
Well, it means that, one, INEC is really up to the expectation in terms of bringing innovations, making every effort that they can make in order to deliver on the mandate given to them by the Constitution, and to ensure that democracy is really made affordable and accessible by all that are qualified by the Electoral Act to participate in the registrations. But then there's the downside to it is the fact that in the innovations that INEC is bringing, to bear, there's a challenge. The challenge of the teething problem. Anything you are doing which is new, you always have these teething problems. Areas that you have to sometimes bend backward in order to accommodate the shortcomings of the system. Because this is the first time, the innovations that INEC has brought into the system is being put to practice, and it's been, backed by law, which is Electoral Act 2022. The issue, you see, is not just the question of the 3 million that the director is talking about. There is also the issue of cleaning up, which is going on. And last, was it about 2 days ago or so, There's about 50% of these 3 million you're talking about, are also not eligible because there are people that registered twice, and there are people that, for one reason or the other, did not meet the requirement of the law. So you perhaps may be talking about 1.5 million, if truly about 50% of the 3 million, are also not quite, in line with what the law says. So you see, as IPAC, we are worried. Sincerely, we are worried because if you have asked people to go, and with passion, commitment, like you said, wanting to be part of the process, and they went, and because the process is new, because this is not something that they are familiar with, we know the issues with electronic systems in Nigeria. The infrastructure is still being developed, isn't it? Even the issue of going to INEC offices, Nigerians express a lot of concern, difficulties in meeting the time, and some will have to stay in the queue. Some even try to see how they had to find a way to get themselves registered. So what am I saying? Section 10(4) of the Electoral Act says that INEC should publish the names of the qualified registered voters, but it says without prejudice to Section 9(6), which says that not later than 90 days to the election, INEC should publish, this register. So what am I saying? 90 days, the first election is going to be in February. So 90 days, when you count back, I think you're talking about something like October or something like that. So that is why some people are asking INEC for the reasons of we are doing this for the first time, and we are human beings, and this is democracy. Democracy is not something that you fixed yourself and said no room. Provided we are not violating any of the provisions of the Act, I think INEC, in their efforts and all the passion that they have shown, commitment they have shown, should also be magnanimous to see how do we, perhaps after announcing that, you try to vote, you try to register, but you didn't fulfill everything. Somebody may not, like he talks about his daughter, who thought that everything was okay. How many people have people in INEC that they will talk to, and they will tell them directly that, no, you have to do this. So the daughter had the opportunity of talking to her father, who is an insider, who could tell her, no, go and complete the process. How many Nigerians have that opportunity? It is just now that INEC is saying, no, it is not Uhuru yet. You haven't finished. So our appeal, as IPAC, the managers of political parties, we're appealing to INEC, because now they are using electronic systems, not manual. That you say, no, we don't have the time to do this. Let's create time. Let's see how we can capture as many people as possible into the process. That's the essence of democracy, is to allow Nigerians to participate in who becomes their next leader. So as far as IPAC is concerned, we're on the side of appealing that where necessary, let's make some amends, to see that as many people as possible, especially those who have indicated that they want to be part of it. But for the reasons of not having enough information at that point in time, if the information is coming out now, let's give them a chance.
It's all about education now. When we look at all these things we're talking about, it's voter education, and of course you're a politician. You need the votes, you need the voters. They need the votes, they need the voters, because without the voters, he said, they cannot be there. And without the voters too, you cannot be, get what you want. Exactly. So education is part of it. Yeah. I would really want you to look at it from the point of view of your effort too as political parties in trying to further educate Nigerians or your voters or your members in trying to see to it that this very exercise is done in this way. INEC is doing its bit. Yeah. What about the political parties?
No, political parties are doing their best too, because, for instance, INEC, part of the responsibility of INEC is to educate voters. That's what the Electoral Act says. Yeah. And also ourselves, the political parties. But we are not funded. INEC is funded. They are giving the money to do this. We are not giving any money to do anything. To do any of the things that we are talking about. But as political parties, because we have stepped forward that we want to be part of people that advance the cause of democracy, we are also participating as much as we can. I'm not in any way saying that INEC is not doing much, but there's more they can do because they have the money. If the money is not enough, let them talk to the government that what you are giving us for education is not enough. And that's why we are having a huge number of people that are ready to participate in the process. They can't participate because we can't reach them. directly as it was supposed to. So the education is also part of INEC responsibility.
Yeah,
and
sure.
in the budget, it is there. Nobody is giving political parties any budget nothing
from INEC
to do anything.
But we are saying that the political parties too, since they need the voters to vote for them.
We are doing quite a lot, believe me, because we need them. And like you said, INEC perhaps is just there to ensure that the process works according to the law and to the the advancement of democracy. But in our own case, more than INEC, we are the one that needs people to participate, and that's why I'm appealing now that INEC should take a second look at what has happened. That issue of education, issue of getting as many people as possible into this process is germane to the success of democracy in this country.
Okay, there's no problem. Let's move on to Kano, and they hear from Amsfree, a journal, media and election expert. Amsfree, if you're with us, really, we've been following the conversation here. What do you make out of this?
Well, number one, I think that INEC, looking at the data that has been reeled out by the Director for Voter Education, does not seem to be, coming out all clear in terms of its own capacity constraints. And I say that advisedly because we went to some of these centers in Abuja. We also monitored some centers in Kano. And we found that the process was extremely challenging. There were instances where you had, crowds running into hundreds of citizens who wanted to register, and you have just a few data capture machine. Part of the pressure we brought to bear on the process was, reaching out to INEC, making the point about the fact that there were many people who wanted to be part of the process who could not go through the process. In fact, people had to arrive at various registration centers as early as sometimes 6 a.m. in the morning. They have to take numbers. So the process was extremely, extremely challenging, even for those who went to the center. So I would not agree with the position that, a vast majority of the 10 million you're talking about abandoned the process. Many encountered challenges, and these challenges were not challenges of their own making. They were challenges that, had to do with the capacity of INEC itself. So I think INEC, needs to come out clean on, the realities of the capacity constraints that it has. That brings us to the issue of rethinking the way and manner in which we even do the whole registration process. We ordinarily should have a system which encompasses the birth record system, the death record system, such that INEC does not have to wait for every election cycle to have a deluge of citizens coming to the registration centers to register, and then this whole thing that you are not able to meet up with everybody. So some people should actually be coming through the other data points we have in the country. We have driver licenses, we have passport registration, we have different data points. As a country, we need to be able to come to a point where we're able to harvest all of this data, such that the people who will not be coming to the continuous voter registration will not be too many for INEC to handle. Because INEC is not admitting the fact that sometimes the crowd becomes too overwhelming, that even its own equipment and infrastructure cannot cope with the deluge. So I think this is a fundamental point. The second point I would like to make with respect to what the director was talking about is the fact that you have captured these people and you turn around again and you are deleting like 1.1 million ineligible or double registrants from the process. The question is, how did those ineligible registrants get into the register? And INEC also has to explain to the public what is the cost of this for our financial resources, because you should calculate the number of man hours it will take to register 1.1 million people that you turn around to delete. And the final point I would make before I will hang it there is that this is not really creating confidence for a lot of voters. People are already seeing the process as if this process is being rigged, because you cannot explain to Nigerians that you have already captured this number of people, then you turn around again and say you are deleting that number. And the way and manner it was communicated, it was not communicated in a way to inspire confidence, on the side of the voters. So we think these are issues that should be dealt with going forward. The registration process, has to, there has to be a rethinking, an entire rethinking of the registration process, such that you do not have too much a crowd besieging the registration centers when we are so close to an election.
Thank you very much for the points that you have raised. Of course, you responded perfectly to the issues explained by Mr. Victor Aluko of INEC. Now, let's bring in Cynthia Mbamalo, who's been with us since the conversation started. She was joining us via Zoom. Cynthia, I'm sure you've listened attentively to the various points that they have raised, and you're a regular on Good Morning Nigeria. Again, we ask you the question. What do you make of all of this?
Thank you and good morning again. I guess it's I understand the sentiments, and for a lot of young Nigerians, there's been a lot of the uproar around, why do we have this large number? But I think I'll make my intervention from three perspectives. And the first is the law, and the second is the process, the gaps within the process, and the third will be around opportunities as we build our electoral process. And from the point of law, while INEC had introduced the online pre-registration portal to make it a bit easier for people to start registration online and complete it physically, the law actually is clear. If you read sections 10 on continuous registration and sections 12 of the new Electoral Act on the qualification for registration, it is stated unequivocally that you must present yourself physically to the registration officer to be registered as a voter. Two sections make this emphasis. Section 10 talks about it, that every voter to be registered would need to be, we need to present himself or herself physically to the registration officer to be captured. Sections 12 on qualification, what makes you qualified as a voter, also clearly states that you need to physically present yourself to be registered. So from the point of law, you understand why for the Electoral Commission, they still need to be that physical capturing of biometric details of the voter. And that is because while the online process was introduced for you to start the process, the idea was if you begin online, when you get to the center, it reduces the time you spend. But it is required that you must conclude the process at the registration center before you can be properly captured as a voter. So that is the law. And on this point, you cannot fault INEC, because INEC operates as an institution created by the Constitution within the law. And that was the requirement for why you need to go physically, regardless of the online process. So that is the law, and it is clear. Now, on the part on the process, which is where I think there's a lot of issue. I think a lot of, for process, I'll look at it from the gaps. One, issues around communication. I think that there were a lot of voters who did not understand that the physical process, the online process, is not the end of it, that you must go to the centers to conclude the process. And perhaps it's an issue around the quality and the extent of voter education that was going on, not just by INEC, but even by political parties, because this is where I'm glad we have the IPAC chairman present. Ordinarily, why INEC has the responsibility to conduct voter education, we actually need to begin to hold our political parties accountable on how well they invest in educating the populace, because they are the ones who benefit from the vote. If you have more registered voters, you're going to have parties who have more people to campaign for votes too. So there was also that we did not have as much engagement when it comes to communication. The media did their part. INEC, yes, they could have done a lot more, but the parties, some locations, we had some parties who were engaging, but it was not widespread. So imagine if we had a joint effort in educating the people on the need to conclude your registration at the registration centers, perhaps the number would have reduced. The other part around the gap was also the process, and I'm glad Glenn Hamstreet mentioned that there were issues around delays, and some locations had some inadequate, rather insufficient IVET, the registration device. I know at some point the Electoral Commission had to increase the numbers of the IVET deployed to some locations, but you had voters who had complaints that they got to locations and the process was either tedious, the queue was long, and a lot of them had to go to work. So there's also the conversation around how do we make the process a bit more seamless so that voters will be inspired to get the registration. And when you talk about seamlessness, first is distance to where voters live. If you remember, the registration was happening at LGA offices, the local government offices of INEC across the state. That in itself was challenging. In some states, you have to travel long kilometers to get to the INEC offices. In some locations, there's also issues around insecurity. So there were several reasons that would have also been a sort of disincentive for people who had started the process online to conclude it. So the issues around availability of sufficient materials, registration devices in some locations, distance was a major challenge because some people complained that the offices were really far. So if you think about Abuja, for instance, AMAC, the registration, the INEC office for AMAC is in Cairo. And you can imagine people live in Wuse or Area 1 and the other parts of the municipal area council. So this was a challenge. In some states in the north, you have to travel hours to get to the registration center. So that was also a challenge in the system. And I think as we move to the next conclude with this process, the next process, we need to start thinking more around how can there be better support to help INEC decentralize and bring registration process closer. Now, towards the end of the process, I know it was brought to the world level, but that was much later. So you can imagine if it was a bit decentralized at the commencement. What that would mean is when it comes to the registration process, INEC must learn from this experience to better budget for the next process, because there's also issues around how do you provide sufficient budgeting that can cater to the needs of voters by ensuring that the voting process is registration process is brought closer to the people. So the process had challenges that may have deterred or rather made it a lot more difficult for people who had commenced online to conclude the process. But like I said, that is a challenge within the process. Now, what are the opportunities for me for the next conversation? And I believe that within these numbers that began online, there were those who had started the process of either applying for transfer or replacement of their voter card for those who lost it, because the online process had different levels of application. And I think that part of the consideration would have been that while the registration process was concluded, other services could have still been sustained, services like transfer and replacement, because what is required is 90 days to the elections by the law for the voter for the registration process to have been concluded. So there would have been some additional time, at least for other services to have been allowed for voters to conclude for those who were initiating transfer or replacement. And that is because those who have not concluded their transfer to the new locations where they live would also not be able to vote. And which is why some individuals, especially for those who had done, there were some individuals who had done multiple registration, not because they knew they were committing an offense. Some people thought they needed to register again rather than transfer their location or replace their voter registration. And those individuals whose names were cleaned up, what would happen is most of them, the data they would have written in the register will be their previous data, which will mean they would need to either travel back to their previous location to vote on elections day rather than the new place they would have wanted to. So sometimes some of these other services could have been extended while the biometric capture of registration that was suspended. It would have been an opportunity to extend that. And I think as we move to the general election, an opportunity now is for the level of the communication that is going out to voters. I believe that while there's a lot of issues around this, people do not understand properly why this happened. And it's important, there's a lot of responsibility on INEC to effectively communicate that, because this is creating that level of mistrust. And we all know that if people do not trust the system, they will not be inspired to participate. But this level now, there's a call on responsibility, not just for INEC, but for political parties and the media and all. Why is that important? Because if we understand the law, we would know how to explain to people what happened in the process and to understand INEC's processes. If INEC succeeds, we all benefit from a credible process, which is why it's important we understand the issues. As we constructively engage on the issues, we should also be able to understand where the responsibilities lie. Because the truth is, the online registration did not substitute the physical registration. It was a complementary process to support the ease of registration. And provided you did not conclude the physical registration, by law, the law requires that you should have presented yourself physically to conclude that registration. So while we have a lot of opportunities for INEC to improve on these processes to make it a bit more seamless, what happens is that the commission is still bound by law to act within the law. But now is the time for us to begin to educate people better. I think it's also a call to Nigerians. We need to read the new act. There's a lot of information.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about here, education and the rest of it. But before we, move on to other guests, I would want you to really comment, make some remarks about some of the issues raised, especially at the beginning of this program, talking about the figures now, and then the credibility of the voter register as we approach 2023. These figures are really alarming, looking at the cleanup, that those that will be affected in the cleanup, and of course, looking at the 3 million that are hanging on the balance, and of course the 3 million that are just out there. I mean, 7 million that put together that have been, affected by the voter registration. And look at all this number. One wouldn't, one will not be out of place to say that it may affect the credibility of the voter register. What do you think?
Oh yes, it raises a lot of doubts. But you also remember that out of these 7, if you look at the final registration, we're going to be having over 90 million registered voters in these next elections. Because out of these numbers who did not conclude their registration online, we still have a large number who concluded their registration physically. Because this is just for those who started on the portal. It doesn't capture those who went straight to the registration center to get registered. And I know the Electoral Commission will give us the final details much later of the cleaned register. What am I saying? It creates doubt. No, there's nothing to question about that. It creates a lot of doubt because 7 million is a huge number. But perhaps the numbers we need to focus on is the 3-point-something million who had concluded and did not get the physical slide, because about 4-point-something million did not finish the process. And it's important at this point for the Electoral Commission to begin that level of multi-stakeholders engagement, explaining why, but also giving a broader view on what the registration process is like. And I think there's also that need for the Electoral Commission. INEC has the details of every voter that registered, because you either use your sign up with your number or your email address. And then I think I'll connect it to the points Amsri mentioned around the listing of some ineligible voters. Perhaps it's also important for the Commission to send messages to people to explain this is why you've been deregistered, because that level of two-way communication between the registered voters and INEC would be important in reducing the doubt amongst the people. Whether we like it or not, the question has already been raised, because not everyone would understand what the law said and why INEC took the decision it made. So now is what you call damage control. INEC would have to review its communication strategy on how to engage stakeholders, beginning with the political parties, so that the parties would also understand the process and how to engage their voters, and then other stakeholders on what the process is. I do not know if there's an opportunity to reopen the process, to give a timeline for people to register again, but I know there's a lot on social media. There's been a lot of question around, can INEC open up this registration process again for voters who did not conclude conclude the process. But that is within the purview of the Electoral Commission. But at this point, is a lot around damage control because the doubt has been created. But I do not think it directly affects the credibility of the register. What affects the credibility of the register at this point is if INEC fails to clean up the register before the elections. So beyond the ABs, the automated biometric identification system that is going on to clean up the register, there's a lot more around ensuring the register in itself duly captures the total number of registered eligible voters in Nigeria. So things around voters who are either dead voters, voters who have rather underage voters who were registered on the register. So all that levels of cleaning up of the register to ensure that truly reflects the number of truly reflects the data of eligible voters is what is important, and that is where issues around credibility comes in. Credibility is around the quality of the register, the accuracy in the data captured of every voter, and the fact that it truly captures voters who are by law qualified to be registered as voter. That is what directly connects with the credibility of the register. Issues around the 7 million raises doubt on the process, but does not directly impact on the quality of the register of voters.
Well, Cynthia, thank you very much for your detailed explanation. We're going to have to let you go, but before we do it, I would like you to pitch in on a matter that also was simultaneous with the uproar over, at the time, 7 million persons who feared that they might be disenfranchised. And this has to do with the claim by CUPP, that is Coalition of United Political Parties, that the registration process had also been rigged, claiming that there was some intrusion of strange elements, and therefore you started having all kinds of foreign names, male names being mixed up with female photographs, and a mismatch, but all the allegation tending towards an attempt, in their opinion or in their claim, to rig the voters' register.
Well, I read that statement, and I think INEC had also replied with a statement. What is important here is when it comes to registration, there are specific requirements on identification. However, for those who observe registration processes, there are locations where you can't, some individuals who look underage will tell you they're not underage, for instance, and they get on the register. There are people who may not be Nigerians but look Nigerians, who made it through the borders that got registered too. So there are different levels to this argument. However, what is important, I think the Electoral Commission was clear. INEC has the power to clean up the register because that is its responsibility. Now, issues around mismatch are issues that are resolved in the process of the cleaning up of the register. And some that may not necessarily be out of mischief. Sometimes there's a lot of pressure within the during the registration process that you may have some data captured inaccurately. What is required now, and I think for a lot of stakeholders, is to make that demand for the Electoral Commission to focus on cleaning up its register and sorting out issues that needs to be sorted out. The other point is on parts of claims, objections, and display claims and objection. Once INEC I know there was a process that was on in August. There's a requirement that voters are supposed to also approach the commission if they are misnomers in the register and make complaints or raise objections to those issues that they have observed. Now, these are processes provided within the law. And I believe that what is important is that we all take advantage of the processes just so that we don't crowd foul after the process has been concluded. But at this point, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in cleaning up the register, in ensuring that issues raised are addressed. But I think what is important is that there's nothing wrong in stakeholders raising complaints, political parties, citizens in general. That it shows that we all care about the process. Nigeria is for everyone. We have a right to raise those complaints. And what is important is that when complaints are raised, that the Electoral Commission promptly responds to those complaints and provides clarification. If there's a need for a further meeting, invites the stakeholders in question and have that further meeting and provides better information with respect to those issues. So at this point, what we need now is constant communication from INEC, explaining issues raised, raised, because there'll be a lot more concerns raised. It doesn't mean people want to be mischievous sometimes. It just also means people care about the process and they need better clarification. But while that is important, we also need to act with caution. We don't want to heat up the polity unnecessarily. So people also need to verify the information before they even engage the media or make press statements. Because at some point, some issues raised becomes a bit more fake news and disinformation. And we need to reduce fake news and disinformation in this process, especially because it's important people are informed with the accurate information so that they can participate effectively in the electoral process.
Thank you so much, Cynthia Mbamalu. Did I get them right?
Yeah, Mbamalu.
Mbamalu, okay. Well, thank you so much, Cynthia. Cynthia is the Director of Program Yaga Africa. And then we learned that she has some other engagements right now. So I think we must thank you really for being part of this program this morning. It's our pleasure. Thank you so much. And of course, the program will continue in a moment. We'll now take a break, and then the final leg of it will continue just after the break. Why not stay with us?
If you want to become something, become a child again. Why be patient? If you must worry, don't worry about winning. Why worry about germs? When you come home, bring tales and stories. Why bring in germs?
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
The Ministry of Police Affairs under my watch has been instrumental to strengthening the Nigerian police force to tackle challenges in the internal security architecture of the nation. To effectively achieve its mandate to protect lives and property within Nigeria, the Nigerian police have deployed operational intelligence and the ICT-based apparatus to tackle and stem the tide of crime and criminality. Some of these efforts include the maximization of the Force Intelligence Bureau, Intelligence Response Team, and Special Tactical Squads, through digitalization of emergency contacts via the NPF Rescue Me application for emergency response at the tap of a button.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Every day in our country, senior citizens are discriminated against, disparaged, and treated with disdain by those who ought to respect them. We are all complicit in the way we have treated the elderly members of our society as institutions, families, or members of a shared society. Every time senior citizens get offered less than they deserve for the work they do because they are old, poor, and desperate, we are failing them. Senior citizen loses a child, and wow, they must be responsible for their death. Every time a senior citizen gets labeled a witch, is called mad, and shooed out of the way because they have no memory of where they were headed and look unkempt, we are failing them. We say, abeg, it all old, make it do die, make everybody for rest. To ailing parents, uncles and aunts. That's discrimination. That is neglect. When you see an old woman getting beat up and being accused of witchcraft, do not turn the other way. Stop and teach people that white hairs, wrinkles and hunchbacks are no evidence of witchcraft. Aging comes with a memory decline. Sometimes it's not out of place to have elderly people lose their way, forget details of their lives, and how to properly take care of themselves. When they get to this stage, they deserve your empathy, not scorn. Our ailing fathers, mothers, aunties, and uncles are deserving of quality healthcare and peaceful transition. Make their last moments memorable. Senior citizens have paid their dues. They deserve your care. Stop all forms of discrimination against them today.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace,
and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigerian, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation to our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Welcome back. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria. This morning we're talking about worrisome issues in continuous voter registration, the CVR. And then we have a guest, they're still around when it's left, that's talking about Cynthia Bamalu. And then Victor Aluko is right with us, the Director, Voter Education and Publicity of the Independent National Electoral Commission, the, National Chairman, Interparty Advisory Council, Yusuf Sani Abagi is also with us. And we're having a kind of studio too. I'm free at Janaku, a media and of course an election expert. Gentlemen, we'll have some 20 or so minutes left on this program, and then we really need to, fry some of these issues and some of these remarks made by some of us. Let me move on and then see what reactions we would get from the INEC office here in this studio, talking about Victor Aluko. Issues of beavers, issues of inadequate facilities, issues of distance of, polling units, issues of your INEC office, issues of birth and death, and issues of credibility all boil onto this issue, into this topic. And they are all pointing towards you and towards your office, talking about the credibility of this voter register that will be out for 2023. How would you react to these issues, especially those mentioned by some of our conversants here?
Yeah, thank you. I think I need to explain the issue of 1.1 million persons that were being accused of delisting from the register. I think I need to take Nigerians back to about 5 months ago when the Commission gave an update on the persons who participated in CVR from June 28 last year to December last year, where we told Nigerians that 2.5 million Nigerians participated, 2.5 million Nigerians registered. And when we ran the data through automated biometric identification system, we found out that 1.4 million were valid, then 1.1 million persons were not valid because they engaged in double registration. And of course, once you clean up the register and you have the figure of invalid persons, you must remove that from your system. It's like virus. And we came out claiming to tell Nigerians 5 months ago. We gave Nigerians that data. There was no issue, no problem. About a month ago, we only gave an update on the issues of the register and referred to what we said earlier about some persons. Maybe they didn't remember or they didn't hear at that time, started saying that we delisted 1.1 million. Why should we delist 1.1 million? And we have been explaining and explaining. And we want to let Nigerians know that we only gave an update about the persons who participated, who registered, the last 6 months of last year in the CVR. We get that update 5 months ago, and so we need to clarify that. So people should understand and not be accusing us now. I'll be asking us, well, should we remove 1.1? That one is going to affect the credit register. No, it's part of the cleaning up process which we had before. And those who registered between January and end of July this year, we are still doing the cleaning up. We need to clean up the data we harvested from the field before we now add the whole thing to the existing register. Nigerians must know that we have an existing voters register that has 84 million Nigerians on it. All we were doing is trying to update that register to give opportunity to people who didn't register before or people who are now of age. That's just what the law says we should do, update the register. And all this process is about updating the register. Those 84 million people are already existing voters. That was the register we used for 2019 general election. So the process of updating, people need to understand, let us all be on the same page in terms of the procedures, in terms of the issues of participation. We understand that those who could not finish the process may not be happy. But there's a time for everything. We get the procedure, we get the timing and everything, and we need to move on.
Before we go down to those who couldn't complete the process, we're talking about updating the register now. And updating means looking at those who must have died and those who are really coming on board, attaining the age of 18 and above. And then, of course, those who did multiple registration, or rather, multiple registration, I must say. When we talk about equipment, it's inadequacy. We talk also about its, its inability. I don't know really. Its inability to really capture or rather detect. All right, those who do multiple registration, if there are some as part of the cleanup exercise. Don't you have the machines don't have that capability. So there's so much so that just like the portal you have, if I start registering today, I appear there. On your portal, you see me, and so also if I go physically to go and register, of course I appear on the portal. So can't that one be detected? It has to be part of the register. We can understand why those who died are out, those who are coming in.
The truth of the matter is that when anybody goes to register, okay, let's say during the CVR, people present themselves to our officials in our offices. We sort of get that data from the field. That data we get from the field is not immediately added to the existing voters register. Okay. That data we get from the field will not come back to the back end and clean up that data. It is through that cleanup process that we'll find out that some people, registered twice or that. And one good thing is that if you registered, let's say, in 2018, and you're already on the voters register. And during CVR, you want to register again, and we run ABIS. Our system will show us that you registered in Ibadan in 2018, and now you registered in Lagos in 2021 or 2022, and we flag you as a double registrant. What we did was to remove this new one and still leave you on the register. We did not remove the person completely. I think that was quite good on the part of INEC, even though the person committed a crime. Yeah. And another thing is, when we are registering on the field, the system we use will not detect anybody trying to violate the law. Will not detect double registration. It is when we go to the back end that we now run that new registration through the entire process. We match it up through the entire process that we find out that you did the candle before, you're now in Abuja. You're doing again. We are not able to do that at the point of registration
While
because
you are on the field,
we can't.
Okay.
We can't.
It is when you get
Go back to the back and put everything in the system, our computer, that we're able to match the whole registration. That is the procedure.
Regardless, Mr. Thank you very much. Regardless, Cynthia raised a number of pertinent issues. Amongst them, she said, look, opportunities and the processes, what INEC needs to do in the next cycle of CBR. And she says, look, there are some persons who during this CBR were seeking either replacement or transfer, not new registrants. Earlier, IPAC chairman said, look, they are appealing. IPAC is appealing to INEC. I would like to ask the IPAC chairman, what are your specific prayers to INEC on this particular issue? Because part of the subtext you raised was to the effect that the law requires that the voter register be closed, literally, 90 days to the commencement of voting. That correct? So, what is your specific prayer?
Yeah, well, our specific prayer is that we realize the fact that INEC is under a lot of pressure. The good things they are doing may not come out, as anything having the bad thing, which is normal in any human situation, But even at that, we want to recognize the fact that it is an inalienable right of every individual, citizen of this country, that is qualified to be captured, in that register, so that he can exercise his franchise, when the time for election comes. And we also know that people are passionate, very passionate, because it is about what happens to you from now on, after the elections. Who is going to be your leader? And that is why we want INEC to look at it from the perspective of the fact that we need to deepen democracy. We need to encourage Nigerians to come forward. We need to, now we are talking about the cleanup and all these things. There are thousands, if not millions, of PVCs that are not yet collected, all over the place. So you may not even really be talking about 84 billion, like the director here has said, or even adding this. But what about those who have registered? They are alive. I'm not talking about those dead, but they have not gone to collect these PVCs. So INEC may do a lot, like you are saying, in terms of educating the people, so that people will now know the importance of going to collect these PVCs. It is not when it is some few days to election and then you now bombard INEC. So we are appealing to INEC not only on the contest register issue, there is also the issue of the candidates. These are people that have stepped forward, have spent millions, they are campaigning all over the place, they have done billboards and what have you, and because parties could not complete the process of uploading to the portal, they are denied the opportunity to now run their campaigns, to participate in the elections. We don't think it is necessary to really differentiate people, because the process, nobody is talking about violating the law. INEC must work, within the purview of the law. Otherwise, all of us are in trouble, So we are on the same page as INEC as far as law is concerned. But this law itself has a lot of allowances made because they recognize the fact that it's human beings that are going to participate in this process, and it says not later than 90 days. Control register supposed to be stopped not less than 90 days. Uploading, changing of candidates, as far as parties are concerned, is also not less than 90 days. So we want INEC to please look at how they can accommodate some of these things. Okay. And like we have identified, perhaps going forward in your system, I'm sure the system can be designed such that the moment I go there and I try to register twice, it will tell me, no, you have registered before. You can't register again. I'm sure it can be done because today's age of technological advancement can help you so that we will not have a repeat of this scenario where somebody ignorantly may have done it and think that he's registered, or he didn't know I remember the story that came out that if you have registered 2018 before and now you have to go and register, INEC has to come out very strongly to say that no, that is not the position. So we are appealing INEC for the candidates that are yet to really get on the register, for the registration, people will register. INEC should please see how we can accommodate, because we have until January 12, 2023.
You noted that. So yes, at least he has noted that. The prayer has been well said. I think he has noted that one. Let's move on to Kano for a while before out of this program. As for Ajanaku, you've had this discussion going on, and of course it's been part of what you've been talking about. As a fan, or as a parting shot on this program from you, what do you want INEC to really do in order to see to it that this very voter register looking towards 2023 becomes more credible? Can you give us that in maybe 60 seconds?
Okay, thank you. I think we recognize the enormous pressure that INEC is under. We also recognize that they are trying to manage, on many fronts. But I also think that sometimes you also need to be clear about your own challenges so that, the entire populace can also support you in whatever ways they can. For example, on PVCs, civil societies have, also been, raising awareness, urging citizens to go pick up their PVCs. But if you go back to the issue of the voter register, and you read the statement of the INEC National Commissioner for Voter Education, he used two words. He said it is double registration and ineligible registration. So those are two different things. Double registration is one thing to think about. People who are not even eligible to be in the voter register in the first place is another thing to think about. And I think so INEC, should set up in a way that you can prevent those from going to the register, and you can also prevent having to do the double work of removing them from the delisting and all of that, while many people are actually waiting to be a part of the process who have not registered completely. So I think managing these things, and also importantly managing communication. I think there are some things that you want to communicate that just a statement would not do. We need to INEC needs to bring all the stakeholders together to communicate it in a more effective way that it will prevent some of the kind of narratives we are seeing from partisan interest, trying to distort the process. I think if INEC is able to tie this together, improving the efficiency of the process and also revamping, its communication, I think it will all be on a good stead for the 2023 general elections.
I'm free Janako, media and election expert. We appreciate your contribution to our conversation this morning. You joined us from our Kano Network Center. Thanks a lot, Hamsfree. Do have a nice day. And here in our studios, a deep appreciation to Engineer Yusuf Sani Yabage. Always a delight having him on Good Morning Nigeria. He's the national chairman of the Interparty Advisory Council, IPAC. Thank you very much, Engineer Yabage.
Thank you, Tiffany.
And last but not the least, we'd like to appreciate Mr. Victor Aluko, Director, Publicity and Voter Education of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Earlier, we signed off Cynthia Mbamalo, Director of Programs of Yaga Africa. So that's it for our conversation segment. Let's take now some sports with good news about Toby Amuson.
The World Athletics have ratified Toby Amuson's world record of 12.12 seconds set at the 2022 World Championships in Oregon, USA. The athletics body made the announcement on their website on Tuesday. The statement read, "The world records set by Toby Amuson, Mondo Duplantis and Sidney McLaughlin at the World Athletics Championships Oregon 22 have been ratified. Amuson is now officially confirmed as the first Nigerian athlete to hold a world record." Amuson ran the time in the semi-finals at the World Championship to improve the world record of 12.20 seconds set by USA's Kendra Harrison in London in 2016. She then followed that with a windy 12.06 to win the final.
I cannot believe it! She's done it again! 2 world records in one night! And she makes history by becoming Nigeria's first world champion!
Meanwhile, Russia has been banned from qualification for Euro 2024 following the invasion of Ukraine, UEFA has confirmed. The country and its clubs have been banned from UEFA and FIFA competitions since the conflict began in February. The qualifying draw for Euro 2024, which will be hosted by Germany, will take place in Frankfurt on 9th October. Russia appealed against the ban to the Court of Arbitration for Sports CAS. However, these were dismissed in July. The initial decision to ban Russian teams was made by UEFA's Executive Committee on 28 February 2022 and then upheld by the Court of Arbitration for Sport on 15th July.
All right, congratulations one more time to Toby Amuson and, of course, to all Nigerians. And that's it for us on Good Morning Nigeria today. Tomorrow, a fresh package comes, same time, 7 in the morning. Look after yourselves. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Yusuf Abuja. Thank you so very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
This is the network service of the NTA.
But it's the truth. It's something that truly happens, and I've seen it happening. Welcome. This is Thoughts for the Week with me, Cordelia Obe. Now let's start off by, answering some of these questions. Do you have parents who maybe now have retired, have gone back to the village, maybe they're somewhere close to you, or your in-laws? You have? Now the next question is, how often do you reach out to them? How often do you care for them? Question. Think about that. There are people who believe that they do not owe their parents anything at all. That after all, did I beg you to call me from heaven? I was staying on my own JJ when you gave birth to me. Sending them to school, doing this and that is something you ought to have done for them because you fathered them or mothered them, so they have come to believe, so they have come to say. But our elders, are they very happy with this? Not so. Let me share a story with you that our elders shared with us. The story of the woodpecker. The woodpecker is a bird that digs very well into wood and all that. It digs very well. At a point, the old mother had wanted to see him. Oh, I'll see her later. She kept saying that, procrastinating. And then the woodpecker had this very beautiful plan that whenever the old mother dies, he was going to dig a very beautiful grave for the mother using his very powerful beak. And alas, the mother died. And the woodpecker, on that very day of the burial, had a big ball on his beak. And so the woodpecker could not do what he had dreamt of doing, digging a big grave for the mother. Our elders say, if your relation is dancing well in an arena, but you do not have money to doll on him, your hearty cheers would do. Put simply, you may not have much to give to your parents right now, but your encouragement, talking to them, talking with them, visiting them when you can, would go a long way. It would be like you are cheering them on for all the work they've done. Come to see that in this region, and maybe other parts of the world, I don't know about them, I'll speak about this region. You'll find that when somebody dies, an old man, woman dies, you find everybody rallying around the children trying to... Now let me share some of these quotes with you. To care for those who once cared for you is one of the highest honors. Parents, they didn't leave you when you were young, so don't leave them when they are old. So, our thoughts for the week. Are you one of those who believe that your parents, you do not owe them anything when they become old and all retired because they did what they had to do for you because they gave birth to you and so on? Till I come your way again, do think about these things and remember that what goes around comes around. My name is Cordelia Obe. Take care.
Nigeria, have we tried to do the same, or are we always complaining? And in that complaint, are you doing your own part? Are you sure you're not part of the problem? That would be our trust. A lot of times we seem to complain and laws have been made, beautiful laws, all of that. What is left of us? We all blame it on enforcement. Who is the enforcer? You are part of it. There are people who are maybe traditionally, given the vest as enforcers. But do you know that you and I are also enforcers? We go outside of this climb and we enjoy the beautiful scenario. We keep law and order. But once we come into Nigeria, it is back home. Home sweet home. That should be the song. But sometimes we hear home bitter home. Lawlessness and lack of enforcement is our focus for today's edition of Conversations. I've already told you, my name is Elizabeth and I'm generally a talker. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Coach Didi, and I'm a mental health advocate.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Chuk Sakamadu, President Center for Ethical Rebirth Among Nigerian Youths, Sirani for short.
Okay,
I'm
that's
pleased to be here.
Sirani, you're very important. I know we are still expecting Ezra, who will be joining us in the course of the program. Not Ezra, actually, Ola. And I know that you, being where you are, you have a lot of touch with the youth. I'm going to find out a lot of things, from you as the program go on. But someone shared his story with us. He said he's a civil servant and has gone from place to place. But let me not empty it. Let's see what Rufus' story is like.
My name is Rufus. I was employed in the Federal Civil Service in my small village where I was born and bred. 2 years later, I was transferred to a city nearby. I was thrilled with the thoughts of moving and living in a city. I moved. But within a few weeks, I wanted to go back to the peace and order in my village. In the city, everyone was in a hurry at all times. Cars at top speed, accidents and road obstruction. The seemingly tarred road were all covered with dirt from people. People were aggressive to one another and fought at little offense. The police raids, arrest and rough-handle citizens at their own whim. Lots of chaos everywhere, even in my city office. I wondered if I will ever love civilization, judging from what I see. As a federal worker, moving is inevitable. So 5 years later, I was transferred again. This time to the nation's capital. I was elated. I was confident that I will hug civilization and its orderliness as we were taught in school. True, there were lots of beautiful places, beautiful houses, smoothly tarred roads with street lights. But I observed again the lawlessness of my fellow citizens. Refuse were heaped and overflown at almost every frontage, breeding bacterial and infection. Drivers ply the road like crazy, jumping almost every red light. Taxis park in the middle of the road to pick or drop passengers, obstructing traffic. Too many important people live in this capital, and all move with siren, as if they were all dead bodies or with medical emergency. The worst I have seen is the way the law enforcers break the law. It is with impunity. In my village, where I come from, our king and all his chiefs, they lead by example. But in these civilized places, the reverse is the case. I'm not sure I want to be civilized anymore, but I'm told that our Nigerian civilization is different from the Western civilization. How then did we acquire our own? Any hope for us to get better?
I wish everybody was right in the studio watching reactions as that story went on. We're all dead. Like everybody has been, confronted, experienced, that young boy's or young man's story one way at one point or the other. Or okay, you just joined us. I don't want to introduce you. Introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Olai Fatimei.
Okay.
I'm a lecturer with the Department of Theatre and Performing Arts, Bayero University, Kano.
All right, thank you for joining us. And you're also in the school system. I'm going to start later with you, but let me go to Coach Didi here. That story, what's your takeout?
Honestly, I think it's basically what we all think about most of the time. This is what we think about, this is how we feel. And we leave it just at that. We feel it, we think it, but we don't take action. When he was talking, I was thinking of myself as a person, and I believe I've always wanted change. I've always believed that change begins with me, and I try as much as possible to follow rules and regulations. But once in a while, we all falter, I remember the first time I was stopped at the traffic at somewhere around Utako. I honestly didn't know there was a traffic warden there and had passed. And then when he stopped me, I stopped. And I panicked. And then he came in, he asked me for my particulars. I gave him my driver's license, and of course, Ajia play ball. I've always told myself I don't give
Ajia did what?
Play ball as far as
was there a football match or something?
My sister, find something for the boys.
Oh,
honestly, it went against everything I believe in. This is 6 years ago. That was the first time in my life I gave money.
Oh, you gave?
I did. I'm not saying it. I did give it, and I went back home. I couldn't sleep because I felt guilty. I had always preached against it, yet I did it. And I think that's because I honestly don't like to come forward with this holier than that attitude, because most of the time when we talk about things like this, we are the people, we are Nigerians. Nigeria is what it is today because of all of us and our part in it. And I think it's time we take responsibility for what we do. And it's not just about talking. Let's walk the talk, really.
Okay, I notice you're muttering something, but I want to ask a question directly. Maybe we'll have our different opinion. I've been thinking, I keep saying sometimes in my mind, I wish I had owned a tipper or a trailer. I'll become, a driver of trailer or tipper, be moving around the city. Those who break rules, I crush them, I can't do it with my small car because it's all fiber. They'll push me off the road. But I keep wondering, why do Nigerians break law? Let me start with you.
Thank you so much for the question. You see, the thing is, there is so much impunity and ineptitude around. Nigerians break the law because they can.
They can?
Yeah. That's why, because there is no mechanism that is directly in place to checkmate excesses, and I share with the pains of especially this traffic issue. People just do whatever they want to do and get away with it because there's no mechanism in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. So Nigerians break the law because they can break the law.
Without consequences.
Yes, and nothing happens. The worst that can happen is they take you to the station, maybe you pay, you bribe your way out, and that is it. And once that room is there, people will exploit it. But if the mechanism is put in place, and then that you cannot just do whatever you want to do and get away with it, you won't break the law. That is why you find Nigerians in Nigeria breaking the law, but when they go out there and they know that they cannot get away with it, they abide by the rules.
Yes, popular. You know, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am?
Oh,
Just
boy.
reckless impunity.
Oh, boy. I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot.
But I think two distinct issues were lumped together in that documentary we just watched. Well, on the one part, I think that video we've just seen betrays realities of urbanization. Comparing Apple, no ranges wouldn't work because our rural communities still maintain some semblance of order, semblance of sanity and all of that. But in our urban centers, let us grant, I mean, it's a universal phenomenon. The pressures of life are more intense in urban centers. So it explains in large parts why the animal part of us seem to come out a lot more often. Having said that, we shouldn't also look at this issue as something that is peculiar to our own environment. It is not. Because even the concept of law and order and all of that didn't come from us as a society. Again, it's something that is universal. In every society, why you have law in place is because of the likelihood of people doing the wrong thing. So people break the law everywhere. Go to United States of America, go to all parts of Africa, if you go to Asia, if you go to Europe and all of that. But I guess what makes us a bit peculiar is weak or absence of enforcement. That's what really marks us out as being different. Again, governance, as far as I'm concerned, is supposed to be a contractual relationship between those in authority and those and the governed. If that be the case, then enforcement shouldn't only be left in the hands of law enforcement agents or agencies, as it were. The citizens also have a role to play because all of this is a reflection of our cultural beliefs, reflections of our accepted norms, the things that our society can tolerate and all of that. If from the very beginning at the family unit, at the church level, at the mosque level, our traditional institutions, religious institutions frown at breaking of laws and getting away with it, I am sure we would have done a lot better. But there's just something wrong somewhere with our value system, our culture as a people that permits people to commit offenses and then walk away with it.
You know, I beg to differ a little bit, you know, from what you said when it comes to our cultural beliefs and religious beliefs. Because I know that to a large extent I've studied, I may be Christian, but I've studied Islamic religion to a very great value. I know that there is no way it supports immorality, disobedience, you know, lack of respect and all of that. Same as Christian. And then moving down to the traditional religion, which at least every one of us has one way or the other, you know, being part of, there is still no way. In fact, at a point, people were saying that if government people are taking oath, they should swear not by the, you know, the foreign books of God, but our traditional books, because somehow it has a way of following you immediately when you break the law. So that's to tell you the gravity of what is obtainable in the traditional religion. So I know that in the traditional settings, which is why perhaps the young man said that he prefers to go back to the village. If you commit a crime, everybody knows who is who and is taken care of instantly. The punishment is given to you. Back in the days, they used to, you were not born then, some of us were born there. They used to, you know, put people on exile. They banish people for committing crime. So there was enforcement. And I know up until now, most villages, there are still enforcement. Chiefs are still working. Traditional rulers are still working. It's only a lot of times found in the city. These things happen. What breaks my heart is I don't understand when the law enforcement agents, I'm not calling a particular person, are the ones breaking law. There was a clip we saw here. It happened not so long ago in Lagos State. A particular enforcers were driving one way. And it makes me ask, are there people who are above the law? You're the lecturer.
Well, it is assumed that everybody is equal before the law. I mean, that is the assumption.
Yeah.
And the law recognizes that as long as you are a human person, you are an institution, you are under the law of whatever state you find yourself. But again, I keep going back to this impunity. He spoke about the peculiarity of our lawlessness, and the fact that it is a common thing anywhere you go, people break the law. Yeah, of course, there is a natural tendency for people to break the law. That is why laws are put in place in the first place.
Definitely.
Because the natural inclination you have is to defy, right? But we put laws in place to ensure that there is sanity, there is no anarchy and all that. But who enforces the law? Just like you mentioned, even those who are given charge to enforce the law are even the breakers of the law. And this is again because of the impunity and ineptitude. The only difference between the street urchin, for instance, and the person wearing the uniform is the uniform. The orientation is still the same. That you can do short practice, you can do whatever you want to do and get away with it, right? But the person, for instance, if you check the law, may not even have the right to pursue in the first place, but he pursues somebody and moves to the other lane and in the name of the line of duty. But if you check it, that's already breaking the law. You also mentioned something about hoping that you will be able to get a trailer or a lorry to bulldoze people along the road. It is, again, a reflection of that lawlessness in us. Because it is not your job to do that.
Yes.
But because nobody is doing it,
or
it appears that nobody is doing it, you want to take the law into your hands and bully people to obey the law. Right?
But it's the major problem that we all admit is lack of consequences. That's the truth. People get away with blue murder in this country. You can do virtually anything and get away with it if you know the right people or you have enough cash. And that's the mindset even our kids have today. Even the children believe it. They believe you can. Something happened yesterday and my son said something about there's a way we can go around it. That's the mindset of Nigerians. There is always a way to go around it. So it's us as a people. It's our mindset. You said something about culture. You said something about culture?
Yes.
As a people, every person is made up of three things. Your upbringing. It influences the kind of person you are. The environment you grew up in. And then significant emotional events that have happened in your life. It all shapes how we think. So no matter where you work, those who enforce the law, they also they have mindsets. And their peculiarities, things that have happened to them, shapes the way they think. So they will make mistakes. Them making mistakes is part of life. Who doesn't make mistakes? I just admitted on air I have made a mistake. And in fact, that wasn't the only time, actually.
That's not the only one.
I think I made another one. Honestly. And I think we need to be able to accept that we have made mistakes, because we cannot move forward if we keep pretending, because we are the people.
When we talk about law enforcement, abiding by it and all of that, a lot of times it's heaped on the youth. You're their champion.
You see, do we all agree that culture is the totality of the will of a people?
Yes.
If we agree that culture is the totality of the will of a people, it means laws are a subset of our culture. See, have you bothered to ask yourself why corruption has continued to persist in this country? We have all the beautiful laws. We have law enforcement. But the truth of the matter is that the extant traditional beliefs, the norms of the people have continued to nurture corruption. You convict someone today, you successfully catch a thief and get him convicted, and the person returns to his village and they confer on him a chieftaincy title. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. We need a total overhaul of our value system. You sound as though you do not realize that the law enforcement officer does not function in isolation. It's an integral part of the society. So consciously and unconsciously, we are all part of this rotten system. That's why we really have to do something about this. It's not about law. The police officer, the soldier, the FCC person, the ICPC person, they come from homes, they come from communities and all of that. And it's because the society somehow tolerates this. That's why you see these things happening. So if we must overcome lawlessness in this country, then it means that all of us will have to take responsibility. Law enforcement people, the individual, traditional institutions, religious institutions. Like I said earlier, we all have roles to play so that we can reset this country and become a law-abiding people. This thing cannot happen. It has very little to do with the letters of the law. In any event, even the Constitution, that's the supreme law of the land, right? Definitely. But I can assure you, from the legal point of view, the Constitution derives its validity from the spirit of the people that backs it. In the absence of our subscribing to the written words of the Constitution, it becomes a worthless paper. That's why we even have so many laws today that we've not even tested, that we don't give a hoot about. So it's not just about the laws, it's about the norms, the value system of the society. We all have to realize that there's need for us to reorientate ourselves. There's need for us to reevaluate where we are coming from and see how we can all join hands to make Nigeria a better place.
Definitely we will do that, and that's the essence of the conversation we're having. But I am not batting my eyes against the question I earlier threw to you. Are the youth the major culprits? You work with them.
Well, if you're talking about the youth, I think they should even be excused to a large extent. Although, it shouldn't be excused. Quite all right. If you break the law, you should face the
consequences.
The consequences. But I say so because how would you blame the youth? They learn from the adults.
Yes.
They are just victims of what is happening at the moment. If you look at most of the government policies we have today, how often do government and its agencies reach out to the youth to ask them to make input into plans? And these plans have to do with the future. And who owns the future? It's the youth. So you often find them rebelling because they are functionally excluded from the scheme of things. So I think that the parents, the older generation, to take a larger chunk of the blame. And of course, that does not mean that the youth are at liberty to do as they like. In any event, I think they have a sacred obligation to ensure that things are done differently because it is their future that is at stake and not that of their parents.
But at the end of the day, some people, you say you are quite agree with me, but I'll just throw this out, you pick up from your agreement or disagreement. Some youths really, they tag them the Gen Z, the millennial generation. I don't know if some of the people who are older could be classified as that. In Nigeria, youths can extend up to 60 years, So these people, sometimes where you're talking to them, they are refuting. They stand adamantly on a particular view. And this view seemingly is not, suitable for them. Sometimes you ask them their role models. They are mentioning people, who have imbibed money, acquired money through fraudulent means. They are not looking at those people who have made names and do not have wealth. Those who may not have been famous, but they have a kind of a clean name to attach to themselves. Are this also to be blamed on the elders?
Yeah, I think everything is blamed on us as parents. Because, see, like he said, the culture is part of us. Law is part of the culture. A society is made up of units, and that the smallest unit in society is a family. So every person, every human being, terrorist, saint, they all came from a family. If parents took their role seriously, the truth is that most of the time there's no intentional parenting. People become parents, but they are not parents. They are not being parents. Becoming a father and being a father are two different things. Becoming a mother and being a mother are two different things. Most people just become father and mother. But being that, it takes hard work. It takes discipline. That's why self-discipline is key here. How can you discipline a child when you don't have self-discipline yourself? How can you raise a child to have values, to understand what is right and what is wrong when you do not practice what is right or what is wrong yourself? Like I said earlier, most of the time we talk and talk and talk. We need to start walking the talk, because kids see what we do, not what we say. And I think that's basically key.
Okay, in the university, there are rules, there are, laws abiding. The parents are not there. What's the scenario like?
Well, for universities, probably because of the size, right? Every student belongs to a department. Every student, like from the university I come from, every student has a level coordinator who is charged with the responsibility of guiding, and then ensuring that the student does what is expected. But beyond that, you see, we cannot absolve society really.
No, let me ask you a question. Yes. The level advisors or guardians, like you mentioned, they are supposed to guide them even outside of academic work. It's only academic
work.
What unless only academic
work? Student mentions something outside of academic work.
Okay, so it's not really full-time.
It's not full-time mentoring.
Oh, okay.
It's academic.
Okay.
Right? Unless the student opens up to discuss other matters with you, but your responsibility basically is academic with the student.
Okay.
Yes, but I was talking about absolving society. You see, some of us were raised to fit into a society that no longer exists. Where our parents were strict, making sure that we only do that which is right. And then you go out there and you find out the person who wants to do the right thing is the odd one out.
Yes.
Yeah, you are the odd one out. Every other person is cutting corners, and then you are the one insisting that what should be has to be. And then you now appear like you are in a world that it no longer exists, right? And then you spoke about the Gen Z. She mentioned something very important, which is that being a parent is different from becoming a parent. This Generation Z, they are literally vicariously raising themselves up.
Yeah.
The internet is the parent. Okay, so whatever trends, whatever things that are happening in the world out there, it is the internet that is training them. And when they see somebody do one shady deal and become a billionaire, because the orientation now is everything you do is around money. The value of having humanity at heart is no longer there. It's what you can make, right? And this is the lavish lifestyle that the internet shows is what everybody wants to have. I was watching something on the internet just last night that two boys, 17, 15, went to a car stand and stole a car. In the name of they wanted to buy it, they want to drive test, and they moved away with it 2 days ago, only for them to be caught yesterday. You understand? And these people have parents, but these parents are busy trying to survive in a society that is man eat man, dog eat dog. Everybody just wants to accumulate. Nobody has time to raise people in the values that everybody keeps talking about. What are the values? They have changed.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
You see, you said something. Two boys, 17 and 15, went to buy a car.
Yeah.
For God's sake, the person selling the car.
I was going to say that.
The person selling the car will actually listen to two boys, and and believe me, if they paid money, he will collect the money.
Of course, he will take it.
I'll tell you what happened to somebody quite recently. She needed to learn how to drive. She went to a driving school, registered properly, and went through the tutelage for, was it 6 weeks or so? At the end of the day, they told her that she needed to do the ICT, computer-based test. She said, okay. On a given day, the man called her and said, if you're too busy, somebody can write it for you, but you pay 3,000. She said, no, I need to do it myself. She went there. They opened up. There were some other people. A lady came out, was walking around the place and dropping answers for them. She probably picked from whatever she said, or she did not, but she finished her stuff and but she was like, this is wrong. Why are you doing this? Because she said to herself, driving, it's a question of your life and other people's life. Yeah. So she needed to do it right. At the end of the day, she was going home. The lady called her back. You haven't paid. Paid what? The answers I was giving. You were supposed to give us money for it. She said, no, I didn't solicit for answer. I never even, some of your answers, I didn't even listen to what you were saying. I wrote my thing. If you needed to give out answers to people, you should have asked me. To my, disgust, the assistant owner of the place, so to say, she said, also said, yes, that's the norm, that this person come in to help you because these exams are hard. She did not pay 1 naira. She left. And I said, take me to the place. I want to go and make investigation. I'm still on it because this happened quite recently. I need to follow it to the end because I will get Federal Road Safety involved because they should, stamp out such training centers. Because if that child does not get well, she's going to get on the road, break rules. And when she drives wrongly, it could kill me, it could kill you, it could kill anybody we know. So by then, talking about traffic and all of that, I would like to know from attorney here, what is the law on siren, use of siren? Because I'm kind of confused. I don't know any day I have gone out and driven the shortest distance, 3 minutes. There's always siren harassing me. The other day, about here, where we call Jagal, they were like almost in my front and my back. I was confused. I stopped my car in the middle of the road.
Well, the regulations, of course, prohibit indiscriminate use of sirens. If you use siren in a case of medical emergency, of course, it's understandable.
It wasn't an ambulance. It wasn't a medical emergency.
Okay.
It was fleet of cars, black.
That's what I'm saying.
With a white pickup.
Of course, it's because our society has become captive in the hands of our elite. That's why they keep oppressing and suppressing us. Ordinarily, our leaders should lead by example. They are not supposed to be polluting the environment the way they do with reckless abandon. They are supposed to be role models. And as role models, they should learn how to lead and conduct themselves in a very decent, modest, and respectable manner. How do you now expect the young people to behave differently? You see that thing that we're saying is because our so-called leaders are very, very fond of abusing their privileges. They ordinarily should be our servants, but the reverse is the case. So when they...
I think I like that because I pay their salary.
Of course, but that's the truth. They are actually our employees. They're supposed to be our employees. But the reverse is the case because this is Africa. So it now, like I said, we are now captives in their hands. That's why they do that to us. They are not supposed to be doing that. Obeying rules, obeying regulations such as traffic laws and all of that should be something that they consider very, very key in the discharge of their duties because they are people that are looked up to. Do you understand? The eyes of the people are upon them. But you see, when they begin to abuse such privileges, it now becomes difficult for us to blame the younger ones who also want to be like them. So whether or not they're in position of authority, the moment they make money from Yahoo, from whatever unlawful manner, the next thing they want to do is to buy SUV cars, get fleet of cars, and also and put their revolver lights and make sure that also do like the leaders because they want to be accepted in society, because the thinking really is that those people are accepted in the society. They also seek validation. So since siren blaring is what validates a man that validates a man that has come of age, that has arrived, then you go for it.
Can I add something here?
Go ahead, man.
The eyes of the people is not upon them. The eyes of the people is on their pockets. Just be honest. They don't look up to them as like somebody to role models. Most people who have acquired something or made something of their lives, people around them beg them. They don't see them as an example. Is what they can get from them. I think that's why Nigeria. I think I'm buying into politics because to change mindset. Because most people, you have a brother, you have an uncle, you have someone you know who has become something. He has become a governor. He has become a minister. The first thing you do is give him a list of demands. Now imagine he had 100 relatives. That is being very modest. And each of them sends a list. If your child gives birth, his child gives birth, or he has a new birth, he will call that same minister. If his child is going to school, he calls the minister. When there's no food in his house, he calls the same minister.
So in that situation, who do you blame?
I blame society again. Lack of self-discipline.
No, you also forget that the minister in question has deliberately disempowered his dependents economically.
How?
So making them perpetually. Of course, if we were to judiciously use the resources of this country, you would have found that so many people would have been empowered. They wouldn't have had need to be parasites and indeed leeches on these our leaders. It's because the leaders know that the only way they can retain the loyalty of the followers is to make sure that they remain perpetually poor. So when you find yourself in such a vulnerable situation, I can assure you that you have little or no option. Little or no option. Pray you don't find yourself in such a vulnerable situation. And that is why leadership again is key. We need to have the right kind of leadership to ensure that our resources are evenly distributed. People have opportunities. There are so many people who are doing lots of unlawful things that they ordinarily wouldn't have loved to do, but circumstances that they could not handle at a particular time push them into nefarious activities.
So does that mean as long as society is not what the ideal society we want, everybody can do as they please?
No, it's the evolution of a nation state is a continuum. We need to strive to continually better our environment in terms of laws, observance of laws, law enforcement, and indeed preserving our society, because this is the only space that we've got. We should consciously strive to better our place at all times, because if the roof is leaking as it is at the moment, everybody's suffering. So we cannot pull down the roof. All we owe ourselves as responsible citizens is to find a way of fixing the roof. And if the roof keeps leaking, we'll keep fixing it.
You know, the whole idea of this conversation is, to point out the areas we're erring. Like she observed, we talk about law enforcement, and I mentioned earlier too that all of us are enforcers one way or the other. We may not be wearing uniform, but we are all enforcers. In our workplaces, we see things go wrong. We do not, condemn it and try to stamp it out. We have favorites. Staff, we have favorite children, and we go wrong, we turn, bat an eye the other way, and those things continue. If there is no equity in the treatment, continuously things will go wrong. My question is, you talked about the siren, and I'm very particular about the road. I'm very particular because Abuja is just crazy. You cannot, when I said we should try and see if we can get shots of bad places, we didn't need to move from place to place. So we just stood one place, and in 30 minutes we got all that we needed, because there was police jumping red lights. There was a VIO jumping red lights.
But those ones, they have rights.
Which rights?
Oh no, because they're in uniform now.
Excuse me. Excuse me. There was FLCN, FRST. Driving without seatbelt. As a matter of fact, I actually, teased one of them. I said, "Where is your seatbelt?" And he looked at me and slashed it. I had to remind him. There were ordinary people doing the same. As a matter of fact, we got to a place where there was traffic. I don't want to mention areas really, where there was traffic, and that siren was right behind. And I was like, let's see how this man is going to jump. And we got down, one of us went down and tried to walk around. It wasn't medical emergency, it was an ordinary citizen. And he kept trying to meander to find a way to move the place.
That wasn't an ordinary citizen. Ordinary citizens don't go around with siren.
That's an ordinary citizen. That's my employee, as a matter of fact. So it was a bit funny, and we tried to, rub minds with people like you and I on the road. Nobody liked it. My question is, if I see a law enforcer breaking the law, what should I do within the ambience of law?
Well, within the ambit of the law, if you see a law enforcement officer, the right thing is to also report him to the authorities. Authorities, because of course they have mechanisms for addressing such official misconduct and all of that. But again, it will depend on how well the person you're talking about is entrenched in the system. If he's well entrenched, if he's favored by his bosses, I can assure you that your complaint will go in vain.
I think it's a mindset thing. If we build it in us to have a mindset that when something is wrong, we shouldn't ignore it, we shouldn't look the other way, we should do something. It's a choice.
Now you're talking about patriotism.
Yes.
Now you're talking about patriotism. You can only have this level of patriotism if we have succeeded in getting Nigerians to actually co-own the Nigerian project. If we co-own the Nigerian project, you will find that federal government wouldn't be spending so much money in policing our pipelines, because it naturally should be the responsibility of members of each community to protect government facilities and infrastructure that is located within their domain.
And we are the people. We should each take responsibility.
It means for federal government to be spending so much money protecting our pipelines means that the community themselves, they are complicit.
They're failing.
Absolutely.
You know, I let me go back to another thing that happens. You know, 2 days ago, the Queen of England was buried. I actually took my time to watch the burial. There were a lot of people, you know, on the queue. When they were ready, when she was lying in state, people were going to, you know, see her. I noticed orderliness. Heads of nations came. The Prime Minister was there. Everybody, and they queued up. Some stood for as long as 1 hour, as long as 2 hours to get to see, they paid their final respect. In Nigeria, why do we often jump queues at little, even when there is no reason for it? You know, when if I was saying to myself, if that scenario played out in Nigeria, Elizabeth would have been on the queue. I probably came like 5 a.m. so that I can get to have opportunity. Then somebody will wake up by 9 and arrive at 10. Once the person arrives, they will tell Elizabeth to go back. So and so person has come. And when he's passing, he's going to carry all his entourage. Maybe like 20 of them, they'll all go there before I go. And by the time I'm waiting again, possibly his wife or his daughter will come and they also tell me to shift. Why do we find it difficult to queue up?
Well, you talked about, I would like to take it from the Queen Elizabeth story you just shared with us. You see, if you look at the whole procession, how oddly, you would find that what was exhibited was the finest of British tradition. It was part of their national character to so conduct themselves.
But not, traditionally, we are also like that.
Yeah, we should.
We were. My understanding was that in the colonial days and years immediately after independence, there were a lot more orderly society. But at some point, a contract culture infiltrated our society. And that contract culture, which is inconsistent with our culture,
traditional culture,
appears to have overthrown our culture. That's why I was talking about an overhaul. That was why I was talking about a conscious effort on the part of the people and government of Nigeria to reverse this trend. We first have to arrest the drift, because we can't possibly continue like this, because things are getting out of hand. We must get to a point where we say enough is enough, and it has to be a collective effort.
Now, there is a phrase he used that is very important, which is national character. You see, whether you leave it to chance or you do it consciously, every society will have that character. We are complaining today because our national character appears to be lawlessness. And this is because we are leaving it to chance. We are leaving it to people with the orientation that you have to be smart. You know, you have to be smart. And you have to be smart because it appears that nobody is watching. So you can get away with whatever you want to do. But national character has to be consciously instilled in the minds of people. What you saw at the procession and then people waiting their turns there is this popular footballer, David Beckham.
Yeah.
He's even royalty, they say. But he was asked to jump queue and go and, so that he could leave. And he said no, he would wait. And he stood there for over 2 hours, waiting his turn.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, if you hear one big man is coming, because you have been, like he mentioned, you have been robbed of the basic necessities. You are now a dependent who is seeking to curry favors from people who are there to serve you. You will go on your own to create an office where you will make room for that person so that when he comes, he does not have to wait for anybody. And then once he feels important, you fall under the purview of his favors, and that is the problem, because everybody is literally hungry looking for something. And because we have cornered the goodies of the society, you need to do that to survive.
It's really sad.
Honestly, I don't agree with that. About the fact that we need to do something, because if we keep saying society is what it is, yes, whoever caused it, that's a different matter. But if we keep saying simply because things are not working the way the society should be, is a reason for us to do what we do, then society will not change. We need to change that mindset.
No. Well, I'm not saying that because our society is like this, we have to continue that way. I am saying that there are things that have made us move from the value system we have always had to this do whatever you want and get away with it.
We urgently need a reversal.
You understand?
We need a reversal because if you go to the banks, you want to withdraw money.
It's the same thing.
There is a queue. And if you want to show that you at least you try past secondary school, you stand in queue.
Let me tell you.
Somebody will come in. The worst is even a small place like shopping mall.
Yes.
Somebody will come in. You probably did a weekend shopping, so your cart is full. You wheel it to the place. You get to your turn. Somebody will come in. There are two ways they do it. Either they pretend like they don't know what they're doing. They drop then the cashier will pick it up. Or they said, excuse me, I only have these two things. Now let me pay. And then the cashier will attend to the person. One did it to me at ShopRite. I told the person, if you do that, I'm going to leave the whole lot. Was it a crime for me to buy plenty? Why should somebody jump out? Do you know what my own situation is? You go to fuel stations, the same thing. The people, the worst is even the fuel attendants during the very heat period. All the fuel attendants bought package shirts. Everybody became very big organized.
But I have good
Nigerians are in a hurry going nowhere. Okay. That is why we jump queues, we do for no reason, just because we
I have good news for us. It's not a totally helpless situation. If you have observed, the average Nigerian is good. The average Nigerian wants order. The average Nigerian desires to lead a decent life. Those who have brought us to this sorry pass and those who perpetuate this unfortunate situation we find ourselves, they are in the minority. That is a good thing, meaning that it's just a tiny minority that has foisted this thing on us. You will find that any day we resolve to disarm this bunch of, I don't know what to call them, this bunch of people who are taking us on the wrong path, you find that a whole lot of Nigerians will embrace it. Take the electoral process, for instance. In 1999, we experienced ballot box snatching and all of that. Did you see? Because Nigerians had resolved to ensure that this democracy that they fought so hard to get, that they were not going to toy with it at all. Have you seen how the pressure has been on the government, both on the executive and the legislature? And if you look at our electoral laws, it's been witnessing constant amendment, constant amendment. And you find that people are getting a lot more excited about meaning that the solution to our problems is there.
Okay. All right. So let's see if we can take one or two messages. We've been talking. I forgot that people are also participating outside. Somebody says his name is Christian Johnson. Wow, I love this program. God bless you all. The little I say is the law of my country, Nigeria, is only written law, not practicing law. Or is a law of favoritism, that is, the people in government only work with a law that only favors their interests. I think a lot of us share this belief as well. And somebody says, I'm from Abakaliki, Kafas. He says, it's untrained skill, unprofessional for an official of a law to break or violate the law in the name of catching the law breaker. Again, I drove in a city of Abakaliki in Ebonyi State. There is no designated bus stop, okay, there are most busy roads. Yes, the prosecuted drivers for carrying passengers. Fuel stations is never a bus stop. Okay, I guess the fuel stations are used as bus stops. At the end of the day, the law enforcers catch them for not stopping at bus stop. Meanwhile, he's saying that there is no bus stop. I hope the government of Abakaliki, that's Ebonyi State, you're watching and you do something about that. We need to rejig the society. We need to rejig the country. Another person is asking question. He says, please, have you gone through Nigerian airports? The people there should all... He said they should evacuate everybody there, that they're all criminals. Anyway, I guess that's his experience. This is a campaign we're carrying on. Later on in the afternoon, I know that Medley will still be taking an angle to this. And I know that also by weekend we will be talking about this. It's a campaign, and that's because all of us are pained. Yeah. So we want to make sure we stamp it out. Just one sentence to say bye-bye to Nigerians. I'll start with you.
Okay, well, my plea would be that we should be conscious about our environment, and then we should be our brother's keeper, and we should insist that the right things are done. And the idea that once you are the one doing the right thing, you are being cheated should be changed.
Okay.
I believe Nigeria is a collective responsibility. We should look within ourselves, take responsibility for our own actions first, and then try to enforce.
All right.
Well, for me, let's start from our individual selves. Whatever you think is wrong, don't do it. Whatever you think is right, please start with yourself first.
All right. The word of God from different books says that we should love our neighbors as ourselves. So if you go with that, at the end of the day, somebody is asking me chapter what? Well, chapter is the one you open up. Any book you open up, it tells you that love yourself, love your neighbors, and show love to everyone. Don't forget that if you point this finger, there are several others facing you, and that means that all of us are culprit. Let's change this nation. Bye for now.
Don't forget to send in your messages.
There's a difference between picking, chow, and fish.
That is the
can do more with less people.
If we have a better way of addressing these issues, taking care of...
Congratulations, you've been able to sign Timo Werner from RB Leipzig.
You take water before your workout.
People have used that phone, you TikTok to do this like...
You can go for first that.
A lot of people don't even have resources.
Camp Cecil, and this is the Medley Show on NTA.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to.
Hello, thanks for joining us on the news at 10. It's a 5 MTF and fiscal strategy paper. Who makes the list as INEC publishes final names of presidential and National Assembly candidates for 2023 elections? And House Speaker advocates education sector reform, pledges to intervene in prolonged face-off between federal government and ASU. Thanks a lot for sticking around. I am Musbaut and Wahab with the news. The 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly has opened in New York, United States, aimed at building hope and solutions to the complex and interconnected diplomatic gathering for the 8th and last time under his administration. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has details of that.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth meeting of the General Assembly is called to order.
Under the theme, A Watershed Moment, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges, the world leaders are here in furtherance of sustained efforts at providing hope and overcoming divisions that are dramatically impacting the world. The world that the UN chief scribe, Antonio Guterres, said is blighted by war, battered by climate chaos, scarred by hate, and shamed by poverty, hunger, and inequality.
Let's tell it like it is. Our world is addicted to fossil fuels, and it's time for an intervention. We need to hold fossil fuel companies and their enablers to account. Polluters must pay. And today I'm calling on all developed economies to tax the windfall profits of fossil fuel companies. Those funds should be redirected in two ways: to countries suffering loss and damage caused by the climate crisis, and to people struggling with rising food and energy prices.
Next year, we will assess SDG 6 at the UN Water Conference, the first since 1977. Water is set to be the next major driver of conflict worldwide. The problem of water is threefold: too much, not enough, not safe. We have the chance to make a difference in the lives of 2.1 billion people who lack access to clean water.
Therefore, there is only one thing on the minds of the heads of state and government: lives or lose faith in their governments and indeed hope in the future.
The divergence between developed and developing countries, between North and South, between the privileged and the rest, is becoming more dangerous by the day. So let's develop common solutions to common problems, grounded in goodwill, trust, and the rights shared by every human being. Let's work as one, a coalition of the world, as United Nations.
I want to advance negotiations on Security Council reform. It is high time that the Council represents the world's population more equally and that it reflects 21st century realities. Get better when we make them better. Things go wrong when we fail to seize the opportunities before us. Our opportunity is here and now. Let us act.
Dialogue and debate, without doubt, are the beating heart of the United Nations. And as they prevail against all divisions throughout the week, expectations are high, but the desired hope in the future can indeed come for those in need. President Muhammadu Buhari takes the floor to deliver Nigeria's national statement on Wednesday. From New York, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Back in Nigeria, the Senate has confirmed the receipt of a 2023-2025 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper from President Muhammadu Buhari seeking approval of the National Assembly. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports that this is the first request as Senate reconvened from its 2-month annual recess.
Distinguished welcome from the long recess. Because it's the time of politics, we start with political questions.
022 to be precise. The Senate reconvened into a closed-door session, which lasted 2 hours. Thereafter, President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, read executive communications from President submission of MTF and FSP. The approval of 2023-2025 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. In the letter, he implored the legislators to give expeditious consideration to the documents, to give way for the presentation and consideration of the 2023 appropriation bill, so as to ensure the sustaining of the January to December budget cycle.
And I have directed the Honourable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning to take a number of measures designed to improve the fiscal condition of the federal government over the medium term.
The President also sought the approval for the establishment of promissory notes program for the issuance of 375.4 billion naira to settle outstanding claims for export expansion grants between 2007 and 2020 to exporters, 18.6 billion to Yobe states for the construction of federal government roads. He requested the confirmation of Mohammed Sabo Lamido as Executive Commissioner, Finance and Accounts in the board of the Upstream Regulatory Commission. President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, welcomed his colleagues and reminded them of the need for more commitment to national issues, especially security challenges, as he announced that the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, will be screened tomorrow, Wednesday.
Our focus must remain on ensuring a secured and safe country and an economy that works for all citizens.
Senate condemned the attack on the senator representing Anambra South, Ifeanyi Uba, and called for a thorough investigation on the incident. This followed a motion by Senator Uche Ekunife. Chief of the Senate, Oji Uzo Kai, briefed Senate correspondence, where he urged from Nigeria's presidency from a regional point of view.
It's not a regional issue. I have no problem with an Igbo man being president, but we have to do it with other Nigerians. If you don't do it with other Nigerians, it's not going to work, no matter how popular you are.
The Senator
the president of Nigeria.
During the
president of Ibadan. I appreciate that. Mind you, I'm an Igbo man to a core. I'm also a Nigerian to a core. So nobody can take away those things from
the
me.
National Assembly. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Still from the National Assembly, the House of Representatives has resumed plenary after 8 weeks of recess, advocating for complete reform of tertiary education system in Nigeria, as the current framework of government-sponsored tertiary education is no longer working as intended. The move is in response to the prolonged face-off between the federal government and Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. National Assembly correspondent, this time, Lamieli reports.
Legislative business commenced with the reading of 2 presidential communications seeking approval of the House for the issuance of promissory notes worth 26 billion naira to Kebbi, Yobe and Taraba states as reimbursements for several road projects. Then came the Speaker's welcome address, which touched on several burning national issues such as the general elections, insecurity and judicial reforms, all of which he says require the attention of Parliament. Of priority, he added, is tertiary education by getting the students back to school.
Access to education, more than anything else, is key to unlocking prosperity and improving social mobility outcomes in any society. And we all agree that government has a role in ensuring that our nation's young people get a quality education. The time has also come to begin a candid assessment of the current system and to consider all available options for complete reform. We owe this to our children and to our nation's future.
The Speaker also noted with concern economic sabotage in the oil sector, which has led to decline in exports, the lowest recorded in the last 20 years. He urged authorities to review subsisting arrangements towards improved security of pipelines. Other features at plenary include second reading of a bill to amend the Oaths Act, which seeks provision of digital and technological means of administering oaths.
To see that it conforms with, of course, the 21st century. Digital or technological advancement should be encouraged, but we should be cautious in our application. The Oaths Act needs to be brought up to speed, so it becomes a contemporary legislation.
The motion from Muraina Ajibola proposing the inclusion of Igbora in Oyo State for its high turnout of twins as UNESCO heritage site was adopted.
A successful resolution of this hidden world secret may be key to the survival of human race in the future and be handy in solving fertility issues in the world.
House members for the first time used the temporary chamber as the green chamber used since 1999 undergoes renovation. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
And now to electoral matters. INEC has published the final list of presidential and National Assembly candidates for the 2023 general elections following expiration of a period of withdrawal and substitution of candidates by political parties. Statement from INEC indicates that all the 18 political parties have fielded candidates and running mates for the presidential election. Details from the INEC website show that candidates from African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, APC, Bola Tinubu, Labour Party, Peter Obi, NNPP, Musa Rabi Kwankwaso, and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP are among the 18 presidential candidates that made the list. The fate of the Senate President Ahmed Lawan is still hanging in the balance, while Godswill Akpabio and Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi made the senatorial candidate list. In all, 4,223 candidates are jostling for the National Assembly seats. INEC appeals to all political parties to channel any observation on the list of candidates to the Commission, and such must be signed by the National Chairman and Secretary of a political party and supported with an affidavit. Candidates for state elections, governorship and state constituencies will be published on 4th October 2022, as already indicated on the timetable and schedule of the activities for the 2023 general election. Meanwhile, INEC has given reasons for including Godswill Akpabio in the list and a vacancy in Yobe North in APC senatorial seat. Director of Voter Education, Victor Aluko, told our INEC correspondent, Mie Ogidi, in Abuja.
Because there was a valid judgment from a court of law about the Akwa Ibom issue, and INEC, we must obey the order. I mean, the judgment of the judgment. We must obey the order of court. We cannot disobey what the court said, and I don't think anybody can fault us about that. Anybody who is aggrieved should appeal. INEC has done what it should do, obey the law, and move forward. For Yobe North, let's see how it unfolds.
For now, no.
Let's see how it unfolds.
Nobody, I gave kudos to INEC that we are on track, but that does not remove the fact that there are issues that can be addressed by INEC. Some names are not in the list because of ongoing court litigations. No court litigations. Some are not on the list because political parties could not meet up with the requirement of the INEC within the time that INEC gave to the political parties. It's not that political parties didn't want to do it, but the time was too short. That's the point I'm making. And since we have not less than 90 days before the election to make amends, INEC should allow parties to make amends where necessary, without in any way violating the law.
One thing we need to understand is the need for us all actors in the electoral process, to keep to the time allotted to every activity within the electoral process. The timetable of electoral events, as we build up to the election, the timetable is there. And political parties knew every detail concerning the timetable. And the important thing is for everyone to keep to that timetable. Let us do things according to time.
It is never okay for people to always wait till the last minute and start asking INEC for possible extension of anything. How are we going to keep extending when so much time was given for every political party to comply with the process? I mean, I think we need to just stand firm and move forward.
And now joining us via Zoom is the Executive Director, YEG Africa, Samson Itodo, to discuss the final list of this candidates. Thanks a lot for joining us, Samson.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right, good morning. Now, to start with, what do you make of this final list of candidates for the Presidential and National Assembly elections as released by INEC?
Well, it's interesting to see the names published by INEC as candidates fielded by the political parties. Well, INEC has lived up to its commitment to implement the timetable and schedule for elections to the latter, and the time that it's set for publishing the list, it did meet that timeline. So yes, kudos to INEC for meeting this timeline. But there are concerns on the list, and I'd say that it is clear from the list published by INEC that there are some concerns that have not been addressed. First, if you look at the representation of the list, so let's start with the proportion of female candidates. If you look at the senatorial list of the 1,098 candidates presented by political parties, only 92 of them are female candidates. So that's representing 8.4%. If you look at the House of Reps, you have about 3,120 candidates and only 288, and that's 9.2% female representation on that list. When you come to young persons on the list, if you see for the House of Reps where you have the same 3,120, only 675, that's 21.6% young people. And what this tells you, in fact, let's even look at even persons with disability. For most of the seats, there's no person with the disability on some of the offices, but we hope that will change for the state level election. So in terms of representation and inclusion, this list is quite defective, and it's not INEC's fault. It's just the fact that you have a political candidate selection process that's highly monetized, highly commercialized, and for most of these candidates, some of them were substituted unlawfully or illegally by political parties. The other issue that also is a major source of concern when you look at this list is the party representation. So if you look at the number of the parties that presented female candidates, you discover that the two major political parties are lagging behind. The APCs and the PDPs of this world are way, way behind. So APC, at least for female candidates, APC is ranked 8th. The PDP is ranked 12th. If you also look at that of young people, you discover that the other parties like the ADCs, the ADPs, the AAs presented more female and young candidates. But these two political establishments seem to have fallen short of, this criteria of ensuring inclusion within the process. But this is just the first part of the list published. We'll wait to see that of the governorship and the State House of Assembly's list. And now that the list have been published,
all right, thanks a lot, Samson. Now, you've talked about representation and how INEC has kept to its timetable and schedule. Now, looking at the number of candidates, especially for the National Assembly now, we have 4,223 candidates trying to come to the National Assembly. This figure includes that of the Senate and House of Representatives. And out of this, 1,100 are trying to come to the Senate for 2023 general elections. That's compared to what we had in 2019, where 1,882 candidates jostled for that the same number of seats at the Senate. And when you look at the presidential seats as well, we have 18 political parties presenting candidates and running mates compared to what we had in 2019, which was 73 political parties. Actually, 59 came up later during the election. So what do you attribute this reduction to, basically, and how good is this reduction for electoral process and democracy?
I think this reduction is informed by, the deregistration of political parties undertaken by INEC. And I think we're beginning to maximize, the utility of that. You can see that we don't have a large number or pool of candidates. And so from a logistic point of view, it looks like it might be easier to manage this huge number of this number of candidates as well as the list, because I recall in the last elections there were more candidates because you had more political parties, and so this reduction is informed by that. But between the conclusion of the primaries and the publication of this list, a couple of things have happened. We've seen cases where political parties have not only disqualified their presidential candidates, but they've actually expelled some of them from their political parties. And whilst INEC has insisted that, yes, the timeline has elapsed, and so you cannot substitute candidates, we've also seen political parties make attempts to substitute their candidates. So we expect that this list would actually throw up litigation from different parts of the country around different offices, because some names were published, were not meant to be published due to this illegal substitution. We have cases where persons alleged candidates who have emerged from violently conducted primaries allege that their signatures were forged by their political parties and substituted. There are a lot of cases on this, so we expect to see more litigation. And then that if you check the list, you see some names are missing from the list due to pending court decisions or pending court judgment. So I think that this reduction is informed by that, and I'd say that we would even see more reduction in the course of this period. Note that in some offices, if you check the list, some of the parties didn't present candidates for those particular elections. I know for the APC or PDP, there are some places where there were no candidates that were nominated, either as a result of the inability to conduct primaries in those places due to insecurity. So these are issues that we will have to wait to hear from INEC how it intends to manage this process, but also the political parties.
All right, we'll be waiting indeed for INEC and the political parties as they find a way to manage all of this. Of course, post-election litigation is part of the process, and we hope to see how all of that pan out. Samson Itodo, Executive Director, Yega Africa, thanks a lot for joining us. All right, this is still the news at 10 on NTA, News 24, time for a break. We'll return with more stories.
The death has occurred of Hajia Zainab Sidi Ali. She died yesterday at 81. She will be buried today at Gudu Cemetery at 2 p.m. according to Islamic rites. She is survived by family, children and grandchildren. Among them is the Minister of State for FCT, Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu. Announcer, Sani Mohammed Aliyu.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Now we're having another stop at the National Assembly, as the House of Representatives says it will continue to enact laws that will enhance the expansion of Nigeria's capital markets. This is contained in a message by the Speaker, House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, to a public hearing on two business-related bills. National Assembly correspondent Mobolaji Moribirin reports.
These are experts and stakeholders in the financial sector who, on the invitation of the National Assembly, are here to speak on the bills to repeal the Investment and Securities Act and to establish the Securities and Exchange Commission as the apex regulatory authority for the Nigerian capital market. And they want to repeal the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and to establish the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investments.
Our ultimate goal is to ensure that these institutions are properly grounded to perform their functions, execute their mandates, and serve the best interests of the Nigerian people.
It is my earnest desire that during this public hearing, we as citizens of these great nations will ensure all hands are on deck for the good and prosperity of investors in the capital market of our great nation.
Key players in the capital market made their submissions on the relevance of the two bills.
There is no doubt that Nigeria needs and in fact deserves an internationally competitive and well-functioning capital market to facilitate the ongoing economic diversification. The passage and enactment of the Investments and Securities Bill 2022 will be a pivotal step in this direction.
We commend the SEC for the quality content of the bill, and we support the passage of this bill.
We welcome the review of the Investment and Securities Act.
This bill seeks to expand the scope of the current regulation and bring in more capital market operators under one umbrella body.
The bills, when passed, seek to improve the operations of the Nigeria capital market. From the National Assembly, Mobolaji, Moribiri, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Speaker, House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila says House leadership will hold consultations with President Muhammadu Buhari immediately he returns from New York towards finding ways of bringing to an end the ongoing strike action by ASU. After a meeting that lasted several hours behind closed doors between House leadership, the Ministry of Education and ASU officials, Gbajabiamila disclosed that some agreements have been reached and that the resolutions will be submitted to Mr. President.
Covered good ground and we've made very good progress. Ours, like I said earlier, is to interface directly with ASU as an independent arm of government. Find out exactly, go into more granular details, or, well, we knew the issues, but to find out exactly what solutions can be offered. As you know, they say two heads are better than one.
This is still the news on NTA News 24. We're taking another break. We'll return with more reports from the National Assembly.
So that's what how my right hand was hooked up. He's working with Closhy with.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Nature is an integral part of human existence. The rich flora and fauna that our great country Nigeria is blessed with has always been a fascinating world to explore any day. These rich vegetation scattered across the country are not only pivotal to our existence as a people, they also offer a soothing balm for our daily worries and busy schedule. Today, we focus the activities of the 2 drill ranches in the country and interesting lifestyles of the wonderful species in these sanctuaries. Drill monkeys are large, short-tailed rainforest monkeys found only in Cross River State of Nigeria, southwestern Cameroon, and on Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea. They belong to a special breed of the African primate on the verge of extinction in the world. Drill have a smooth black face, with the male weighing as much as 45 kilograms. Little is known of the drill ecology, as they are elusive and are not well studied in the wild. They are, however, central to our existence as human beings because of their semi-terrestrial nature. Unlike most monkeys, they search the ground for food, like fallen fruits, roots, leaves, insects, and in the process, aid in the regeneration of the ecosystem. This all-important function of dispersal of seeds and other fruits in the course of their feeding has over the years endeared them to environmentalists across the globe. The depletion of their natural habitat through the illegal lodging of woods, farming and other human endeavors, as well as the hunting of the drills themselves for bushmeat, has gradually reduced their population in the world to possibly as low as 3,000 drills. It is the desire to keep our world ecosystem growing that prompted some very successful environmentalists to commence the most successful drill breeding efforts in the world. The project, which is the brainchild of 2 Americans, Peter Jenkins and Lisa Gatsby, opened with 5 drills in Calabar in 1991.
The idea of conserving the drills is just rehabilitating the drills. Is just a flagship species of every other animals that is here. And now, the first idea was initiated by Peter Jenkins and Lisa Gatsby. They found out about 1970-something, 80-something, far back when they were doing research work with John Holt and the rest of others, that drills were extinct. And then when they came to this side, they discovered that there were still drills in the wild, but they were negligible in number. And then they started this project, Drill Rehabilitation and Breeding Center project. And as I earlier said, when they started in Calabar, they went to the forestry, and then they discovered that, okay, this was the only place that the drill habitat is still remaining. So they came in here, met with the community, had some pleasantries with them, and then they rented the community lease this area. We call this area 1 mile square to them to start up this project.
Thus, our exploration on this surgeon started from the first drill ranch ever established in this part of the world. The spectacle presented at the ranch provided an interesting insight into the world of these primates. This great environmentalist needs all encouragement from stakeholders to keep our forests safe and friendly in the interest of humanity. The ranch, which opened as a drill rehabilitation and breeding center, was the first port of call for the drill monkeys absorbed into the program. Most of these drills, who were hitherto kept in captivity at private residences or parks, were either donated to the ranch or recovered by wildlife officials. They usually arrived as infants at the Calabar Ranch, where they were quarantined, tested, and rehabilitated before being integrated into the larger group.
They have discovered that breeding drill monkeys in the zoos, they don't do well, and the best thing to do is to breed them in their own habitat. And then this idea of putting them in their habitat in the electrified fence line came up, and that is why they are very successful. And along this line, the Afi Mountain was now gazetted as and published as the Afi Mountain Wildlife Sanctuary.
For any lover of nature and primates like the drill monkey, the Calabar Ranch, as cosmopolitan as it may be, offers some glimpses into the nuances of the species and how responsive they are to people. To underscore the importance of the project, Africa's first captive-bred drill monkey was born in 1994 to Miki Miki. More than 250 drills have since been born to mothers who arrived as tiny orphans themselves in years gone by. A major breakthrough in the drill breeding project came in 1996 when the first drill group was flown by helicopter to their new home, a solar-powered electric enclosure of naturally forested drill habitats.
Kelemo delivered twins here, Taye and Kainde. In this place. Kelemo, so she delivered twins, Taye and Kainde. When we get to group 6, I will show you Kainde.
Located at the foot of the magnificent Afi Mountain, the ranch is sited in an enclave of the Afi River Forest Reserve in Boki local government area of Cross River State. The ranch, as well as the entire forest reserve, is one of nature's greatest gifts to our country, Nigeria. Now, from Boanko village, which is the closest settlement to the Afi Mountain, the entire landscape is a tourist delight any day. The serenity of the reserve provides the inner peace a first-time visitor usually feels once he is within the vicinity of the ranch. As you enter the ranch, you see a well laid out topography housing both the different species of primates in the ranch and their minders.
We have, mostly for researchers, we have all the animal daily records. For instance, for chimps, we have them here. Whatever every chimp does every day, we try to put in, and at the end of the day, they write a small note at the back of it telling you
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
inhabiting one of the most enchanting landscapes ever known to man. It is here one can actually see the drill at their best, since they're actually enjoying the environment. The initial 80 drills that were rehabilitated have so far given birth to a new generation of drill monkeys.
Now, what's not clear to me?
These monkeys are now divided into 6 social groups, 5 at the Afi Forest Reserve and 1 in Calabar. Thus, the Forest Reserve has played host to many tourists from far and wide.
And that was the statement written by His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo.
The drills are one of the most social animals that has ever lived. They communicate with facial expressions, vocalization, and behaviors.
If you listen to them and you watch them carefully, observe them carefully, you will discover that every sign they make means something. And if they are calling for feeding, there is feeding alarm. If you are here before they arrive, once the kuli sound of wheelbarrow is heard from camp, then the ones that are here will make their feeding alarm. All of them will respond, and you see all of them coming towards here. But if there is something strange and you see them making hope sound, then there's something strange. You can come in, maybe there is a snake around or a strange person around or a tree is on the fence or things like that, something strange. And then if there is screaming, you know that, okay, someone is in their midst that does not belong to them.
They tend to move in groups of 15 to 30 with an alpha male at the head of the group, offering both leadership and protection to the group. At certain times of the year, particularly in the wild, they come together to form temporary supergroups of up to 200 animals. These supergroups allow individual primates to leave the group they were born and join another group to prevent inbreeding. But with the threat of extinction they face from hunters, such supergroups are extremely rare. Such rules and smaller ones are maintained at their own instance. They also maintain the kind of social interaction peculiar to other mammals, particularly when it comes to family and communal living.
They know themselves and they know people that are feeding them. They know their families. They know their families. And if anyone deal with any member of another family, you see this other family like coming for attack. And if you look at their faces, critically, their faces had slight changes. This one has a different face from this one different face from the other one. And that's how we can be able to differentiate them.
For instance, a female drill is ever protective of its child, while it equally shares every piece of food with the infant.
And when they show you their back, it's a sign of respect. If they are bobbing their head on you, opening their teeth wide, it's a threat. Then you need to give them some distance.
Another fascinating aspect of their lifestyle is their sharp instinct, as demonstrated by a drill who charged at our camera when pointed at it. Upon inquiry over such reaction, we discovered that the drill had witnessed the killing of its mother by hunters in the wild, hence the aversion for any pointed object directed at it. Since the whole essence of the ranch is to rehabilitate the drill and prepare them for life in the wild, where they will roam freely and contribute immensely to conservation efforts, several of the drills that have successfully undergone rehabilitation have been released to the adjoining Afi Wildlife Sanctuary and the adjoining forests. While some of them have remained in the wild, few have returned to the ranch, preferring life there to that of the wild.
This group is Group 1. This group, there was a test release here on the 2nd of May this year. We released the animal. Few of them are out there and some of them came back into the wild. Some came back. Some came back. They are drill monkeys, as we all know. They are one of the rarest and the most endangered wildlife primates in the Cross River rainforest.
Aside the drills that are domiciled in a ranch, the reserve also boasts of groups of chimpanzees quartered into 2 groups. Now, unlike the drills that are kept for rehabilitation and breeding, the chimpanzees are kept for safekeeping without the intention of breeding, but for preparation for a life in the wild. The group, which consists of 28 orphan chimpanzees at inception, have bonded into 2 groups of primates exhibiting all the known characters of such primates.
They are celebrating. They want to give them something. So each time they discover new food or they are bringing food to them, that is how they jubilate and they celebrate. And if they are in the wild foraging, if one of them discovered or a small group discover food somewhere, that is how they'll call everybody. That's how they behave.
From their known traits of communal living to respect for constituted authority, particularly that of the group leader who dominates and takes care of the group.
He's watching. Amina. That's their boss. For now.
Each chimp knows his or her name and answers to same accordingly. They also offer visitors an insight into their interesting social lives.
He tried and eat that one. If you misbehave, they gang up against you and beat you up immediately.
In order to further enhance the stay of visitors to the ranch, a conscious and deliberate effort has been exerted to maintain the natural ecosystem of the entire area. While logging of wood and similar distortion of the environment is highly discouraged. In the case of natural disaster, like the landslide that ravaged the area some years back, Trees and other vegetation that were affected were replaced in order to maintain the richness of the forests.
We have seen also that some enclosures are badly affected by the landslide and is not inhabitable, kind of. No shade, no foraging things around, no insects and so on. And they should have been in the well-placed area. So funding on the other end is one of the biggest challenge. Most people had come here and run away, but we are working here with passion.
It is therefore not surprising that trees that are as old as the forest itself abound everywhere.
Here is the home for one of the flying fox, the flying squirrel. So what hunters do is, if they come in a place like this, if there are fresh leaves right there, they'll know that, okay, it's right inside. They set some fire here and then the heat will bring it out.
That's the animal.
Yes. The flying fox is living right in there. And if you hit this thing, after some time it will come out. So
you destroy the tree.
You destroy the tree. So that's how a lot of trees die in the wild. And if it's in the dry season, as soon as they get the animal, they are gone. And then the fire continues. That is one of the things, wildfire. Yeah.
This is in line with the objective of the ranch, which is to protect the flora and fauna for benefits of the entire world, since it is much easier to destroy a tree than to grow a new one, as exemplified in the story of this tree planted almost 14 years ago. Other features like the Kachebano Canopy Walkway, which offers a better view of the stream and the vegetation, has been added to make the stay of tourists worthwhile. The success of the drill project has attracted many people from far and wide to the sanctuary. So, when next you're thinking of a holiday or a getaway from your busy schedule, I'm sure a visit to the world's most successful drill project will get you closer to nature and also ensure the survival of our planet.
What is happening? Your eyes are red. You are armed with a machete and a gun.
See, I am angry and I can't even contain it. See.
Oh, my guy, calm down, calm down.
See, Oga,
I have planned to go and destroy these people's businesses in the city. I have to retaliate for what they've done at our own place. They cannot eat their cake and have it now, never.
If you destroy their business here, and they destroy that of those close to you over there, especially that your brother who sends you steady cash, how would you survive? Would your dreams be on hold?
What you're saying is correct. But I'm still angry.
Best way is to embrace peace. With peace and unity,
My people, let us embrace peace and unity. Let's learn to live as brothers and sisters for a progressive, prosperous nation. This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Preview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk, app for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Hello, welcome to an update of the news on NTA News 24. The 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly has opened in New York, United States, aimed at building hope and solutions to the complex and interconnected crisis bedeviling the global community. President Muhammadu Buhari is leading Nigeria's delegation to the world's largest diplomatic gathering for the 8th and last time under his administration. Later in the day, he is expected to deliver his address to the Assembly. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has published the final list of presidential and National Assembly candidates for the 2023 elections following expiration of a period for withdrawal and substitution of candidates by political parties. Statement from INEC indicates that all the 18 political parties have fielded candidates and their running mates for the presidential election. Details from the INEC website show that candidates from African Action Congress Omoyele Sowore, APC, Bola Tinubu, Labour Party, Peter Obi, NNPP, Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso, and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP among the 18 presidential candidates that made the list. The fate of a Senate President Ahmed Lawan is still hanging in the balance, whilst Godswill Akpabio and Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi made the senatorial candidate list. In all, 2,023 candidates are jostling for the National Assembly seats. INEC appeals to all political parties to channel any observation on the list of candidates to the Commission, and such must be signed by the National Chairman and Secretary of a political party and supported with an affidavit. Candidates for state elections, governorship, and state constituencies will be published on 4th October 2022, as already indicated on the timetable and schedule of activities for the 2023 general elections. And President Muhammadu Buhari has appointed Mr. Salihu Abdulhamid Dembos as the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, announced various appointments in a statement in Abuja on Wednesday. He said the appointment is for tenure of 3 years in the first instance. Until his appointment, Mr. Dembos was the Executive Director Marketing of the NTA. Mr. Dembos' career as a media professional spans over 20 years. He has served as General Manager of 2 NTA stations in Lokoja and Kano, and as Zone Director NTA Kaduna, among other appointments. And that was an update of the news. Join us again at 1 for another one, and subsequently at 3 for the news desk.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Good day. Welcome to another interesting edition of your favorite show, Lifelines with Mima. I'll be your host, and my name is Mima. Thank you for staying with us today. We're treating a rather unusual subject today. We have a case of paternity here, trying to determine who is the father of an unborn child. It promises to be an interesting edition. You know how we do it. We're going to learn something today. We're going to touch lives today, and we're going to help them resolve this difficult issue. There's more after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with Mima. With me now, I have our clients for the day, Mr. Ebenezer and Mrs. Ebenezer. They're both very welcome. I also have with us Miss Grace and Mr. Stanley.
Thank you, Mima.
You're all welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. All right, without taking much of your time, let's start with Mr. Ebenezer. Sir, what is the problem here?
It's really about my son, Richard. My wife and I here, when we got married, like every other couple, we said we'll take a year to, and have honeymoon where she was still in school and, get ready. But when we're ready to have kids, it wasn't forthcoming. We went from We went from one doctor to another. We went from a prayer house to another, and Mima, for 50 years.
I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
Richard was a good boy. Very kind, very respectful.
I'm so sorry, sir.
It's just that the party had one fateful evening. My wife and I were in the sitting room listening to the news. And the news came that Richard had just been involved in an auto accident. Who is going to succeed me? Oh.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sir.
After the whole incident, we found out that, okay, our son is gone. One morning, I was going through his things. I said, okay, let me look at his phones. And a message came in. A lady said she was pregnant for him. I called her. She introduced herself. Her name is Grace. This beautiful lady over here. She was even surprised when she came in that our son was no more. But she was, kind enough, opened up to me as a mother that, okay, she had a one-night stand with my child and she's pregnant. I told her, no problem. Let us meet your people. We met with her people. We brought her into the family to live with us. And we agreed to take care of the unborn child.
Okay.
Sweetness, wait, let me take it up from here. Mima, a few days ago, I was at home with my sweetheart. And this riffraff here, this riffraff comes claiming responsibility
for
the child.
That belongs to us.
Wow. Calm down. Calm down. Let me try to understand the situation. Has Richard been buried?
No.
No, Mima. He's still in the hospital. The police are saying that
they need to investigate.
Exactly. Investigations and all that. But we're hanging in there.
I'm truly sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mima.
I can't even imagine your pain. I'm truly, truly sorry.
Thank you, Mima.
I'm sorry, ma'am. May God bless his soul.
Thank you, ma.
Okay. So, Grace, let me ask you, what's your side of the story?
Don't be afraid. Tell her the truth.
Ma, the truth is, this few days has been really traumatizing for mommy here and daddy as well. But one thing is certain, of course I'm pregnant and it's for their son. That is just what it is.
So give me details. What really happened?
Ma, the truth is, he was actually my boyfriend for 3 years.
Okay.
But we've been having issues. He's been very possessive, very violent. And then I found out that he was cheating on me. And so one day, my friends came around and they had to take me out. So we just have to cool off and have a nice time. So I met a guy there called Richard. We had a bottle or two. We were drunk. And then something happened that night. And that was it. The truth is, I've been with this young man for 3 years and he couldn't get me pregnant. So how come he's coming out to claim a pregnancy that is not his?
3 years. 3 years.
He cannot deliver.
He couldn't deliver.
You want to have a wine.
Oh my God.
And you even fell in love with my son. You see?
1 night. 3 years. 3 years. You don't claim. 1 night. You want to claim what is not yours.
Mima is for justice. Just don't be afraid. Continue.
You already leave him.
Go ahead.
Ma, to be honest with you, I didn't intend on keeping this child. But I thought about it that the guy in question needed to know that I was pregnant for him. So I tried reaching out to him, and then somehow the family came in and then they invited me over. And then I was shocked to know that he's dead. So I couldn't just deny them that happiness of having their grandchild.
Of course.
So I decided to keep the child so that happiness will come back to the family. And truthfully, the child belongs to Richard, the guy I had a one-night stand with. And please, Stanley, I want to beg of you. This child is not yours. Please stop taunting me around. It's not yours.
The child is not yours.
Allow me be. Just leave us alone.
You don't even have money to take care of her.
Please.
Let the sleeping dog lie.
Oh, Grace, please, I don't want you getting worked up. It's not good for your condition.
At all.
It's not good for your condition. I don't want you getting worked up. Okay. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get Stanley's side of the story. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to your favorite show, Lifelines with Mima. It's one of them difficult days, one of those days that the stories are heart-wrenching. A very difficult situation indeed. We heard one side of the story. Let's hear Stanley's part of it. Mr. Stanley, please. Let's hear from you.
Mima, thank you very much. First of all, I just hope that at the end of the day, justice will be done.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I believe you know this family. And you also know this young lady.
Yes, this is Grace, my fiancée. And this is
Point
Mr.
of correction,
and Mrs.
I am
Ebenezer.
not your fiancé.
What's funny? He's laughing. What's funny?
Lunatic, no.
Oh my God. Mima, I'm sorry. It's really funny because it amazes me that this old couple will take this case this far just because they want to claim what is not theirs.
How dare you? Want to claim what is not yours.
For Grace, this is someone I just picked from the gutters and cleaned her up. Just imagine.
Sir, please, let's refrain from using derogatory terms, please.
Okay, I am so sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Now, the truth about it is, myself and Grace, we had a fight, our usual fight, that does not last for a week. And then after the fight, Grace left without even a call. I put a call across to her, she did not respond. She didn't even answer my messages. I went on to look for her. I met a friend of hers. I now asked, the friend, out of pressure, the friend decided to tell me where she is. When I got to Grace, I met Grace. Grace just told me she was pregnant. Oh, I was really happy because I was longing to become a father. Only for Grace to tell me that the father of the unborn child is one dead guy. This gold digger. I think she's trying to pin this pregnancy on these people because they are rich. And I will not stand here. I will not sit here and watch someone take away my blood from me.
Wow.
Yes. And if she does not want to give, if she doesn't want to continue the relationship, let her give me my child if the child is born. If not, I will fight with my last breath.
Nothing will happen. Nonsense. You 3 years, they couldn't do anything. Shut up. Nonsense.
You face battle. Battle with who? You are poor. You have nothing. What you want is money and I will give it to you. Name your price. You're nothing but a low life. Name your price. Dollars? Pounds? Euro? Naira? We will pay you off. Enough of all this nonsense. How dare you talk back at my husband? Low life.
You have spoken well. What is this she has said? She has all the accounts. We will send money to you. You're up to something. I know your type. You open this gutter, you call him out to call this girl that she's a gold digger.
Excuse me, with due respect, sir.
Respect yourself.
I want my child.
Which child?
I did not sell my child to you.
Belongs to us.
She has to give me my child.
Which child? You shut up. Nonsense.
You're spitting all over. That's what people like you do. Spit.
Your fake head, fake chain, fake wristwatch, fake.
Yori, it's okay.
Calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
Calm
It's
down.
okay.
Calm down.
He wants my grandchild.
Can you imagine?
Calm down. Calm down.
Stories that touch.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's take a minute. It's getting heated here. There's more after the break. We'll be right back.
We don't like to eat better. More nutritious meals, more veggies. But we want it tasty and easy too. No cubes. That's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Welcome back. It's still Lifelines with Mima. Back from our situation room now after due deliberations. I still have with me the family of the Ebenezers, Mr. Stanley here and Miss Grace. If you're just joining us, we're trying to determine the paternity of an unborn baby here. I have now this situation before me, and my best advice would be that we do conduct a DNA test to determine who is actually the father of this baby. It's a good thing that Mr. Richard has not been buried, so it's easy to take samples from him and Mr. Stanley here so that we can conduct a DNA test before the baby is born to determine who the father of this baby is.
Very good then. Very good. Very, very good. I can't wait to see the looks on your faces. And as for you, gold digger, I will deal with you. Just wait and see.
Very good. Very good. Mima, nothing must happen to my grandchild. This is my only way of hope. What? Nothing. Mima, nothing must happen to my grandchild. I've been with him for 3 years. Nothing happened. He could not even turn water into wine. My son did it. He made it happen. Now you're saying very good. Very good. Nonsense.
Down, mom. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, mom. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I'm so sorry, mom. Please calm down. I know you are pained. I know you are pained. I know you are pained. Please calm down. Please calm down. I can only imagine your pain. I'm so sorry. But this is the only way out, okay? This is the only way we can lay this matter to rest. No, I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sir.
Yes, Mima. I can bear to see her like this. It breaks my heart. My head is messed up. It's a difficult period.
So sorry.
It's really a difficult period for us, but I have faith and confidence that Odysseus was going to make all.
Sorry.
There's been nothing but a real hope. Thank you so much. There's a Richard.
It's all we have.
Every time I see that,
It's all we have.
of hope.
He needs money. Let us pay him up. Let
I
him
think
go.
a ray of hope.
Let him go.
I just think that you have my consent to do the DNA test, and I don't. As long as nothing happens to both mother and child, I'm very fine. Now let's look up to God for the best. Thank you again, man.
Okay, sir.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. My heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. I just can't imagine. Okay. How about you, Grace? What do you think?
Well, I'm cool with it. I'm very okay. At least I can prove to the world that I know what I'm saying. A child is not peace. Talking about child.
My grandchild. 3 years you could do nothing. 3 years nothing happened.
Yeah, it's okay. Here they will decide. God is on our side, okay?
Okay. Since we've all agreed, since everybody is okay with doing a DNA test, we'll take steps towards that, get to the hospital, and we'll sort that out, okay? And give or take, in a few weeks, the results should be out.
We would pay.
Yes. We'll sort it out.
Pay.
We'll sort it
We
out.
will pay.
Okay.
Well, some days are really tough days like this. Life, they say, is indeed not fair. My heart goes out to this family. You know, it's just unimaginable to lose an only child. Let's see what God will do. And let's see how this story will end. We'll be right back. So how are you doing, Grace?
I'm fine, ma.
How's the baby?
Fine, it's kicking. I never expected this love from mommy and daddy here. Like, I'm shocked at the level of love, affection they're giving to me.
That's so sweet. How are you, sir?
You know, what can we say? We're taking it one day at a time. And Yori has been taking care of us. Three of us.
The three of you.
Baby and our lovely daughter, Grace.
That's good to know.
Yes.
That's good to know. How about you, Mr. Stanley? How are you doing?
I can't wait for the result to be announced, Mima. I know that's my baby. He's kicking. I can see the boy is kicking. That's my blood.
That is not what they're asking you. They say, how are you feeling? Just say you're well.
Excuse me, sir. I'm fine. Thank you.
Better.
He's
not.
He's not well. He's not fine.
very
None of the above.
So you are confident that it's your child?
My baby.
Overconfidence.
Yes, yes. That's my baby kicking there.
Okay. I have the results here with me. From the results that I have here, the baby actually belongs to the Ebenezers.
You will pay dearly for this grace. You will pay for it.
Judah. Evidence of days.
What God cannot do
Does not exist. That is God is faithful to fail us. Yes.
Mima, are you sure of this result?
I'm very positive.
It's correct. It's correct.
Read it again.
Bushman. You don't know what they did.
You can't even take care of yourself.
One night.
Can you buy nan?
Mr. Stanley, please take it easy. Okay? Take it easy. You have to let this go and make peace with this. Okay? As much as possible. Just forgive everything. Imagine if these were your parents, okay? Let it go and just make peace with it. Okay? It doesn't have to end on a bad note, okay? Yours will come. You're still a young man. You have many years ahead of you, okay? Yours will come. Congratulations to you. I'm happy for you. I celebrate with you.
Thank you.
I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Thank you.
Wow, so Richard gets to live on.
Yes. He lives on. Even though I didn't get to know much about him, but this child is going to represent him very well. And I'm happy for that.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you, Mom. You don't know what
I
you've
must
done.
really thank you, Mima. You know, it just really shows that what God cannot do does not exist.
Yes, we do.
And I want to thank you for bringing out time, making out time to
listen to us.
Listen to people, not just us, because people. This Mima is a good brand, and that's why everybody tunes in, listens to personal stories because it relates to matters that concerns them.
Yes,
we want to thank you for making our time
Thank you,
and
sir.
all that. I even without the you called us to find out how we are doing, and just to let you know that Richard will be buried. They've given us permission to bury after 2 weeks.
Okay.
So
okay. I'll definitely be there.
Oh, thank you so
I'll
much.
definitely
Thank
be
you.
there. I'll be
It will be
there.
a pleasure.
I'll be there.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congrats. Man. There you have it. Like Daddy just said, what God cannot do does not exist. There's more after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the concluding part of this beautiful episode. I am so happy, and I am sure you're happy for this beautiful family too. Before we go, I'd like to leave a little something with you. As one that has been through a lot of loss and painful experiences, I've buried a husband, I've buried 2 children. So I know the pain of loss and what it brings and how it can shatter the lives of others. But the truth is this, God has promised us that it's not like there will not be problems, it's not like there will not be storms. He only promised that He will be there with us through it all. And in the end, He will never give you a burden too heavy or too big for you to carry. We must also understand that as humans, our knowledge and understanding is limited. So we may not know why things happen to us. But you know what? There are people that come to us that are too precious and too angel-like to remain on earth for too long. Mima cares.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Preview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. To feel powerful with the NTA News Mobile app, the one-stop information center, real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the You Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
This is the network service of the NTA.
On the 27th of June 2022, President Muhammadu Buhari sworn in Justice Olukayode Ariwoola as acting Chief Justice of Nigeria. This followed the retirement of Justice Tanko Muhammad 29 days after, the president has forwarded his name to the Senate for confirmation.
Dear distinguished Senate President, request for confirmation of the appointment of Honorable Justice Olukayode Ariwola as Chief Justice of Nigeria, pursuant to Section 231, Subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. I forward for confirmation by the Senate the appointment of Honorable Justice Olukayode Ariwola as Chief Justice of Nigeria. While I hope that the submission will be considered in the usual expeditious manner, please accept the single Senate President the assurances of my highest consideration. Yours sincerely, Muhammadu Buhari.
The president also forwarded 19 names for appointment as resident electoral commissioners in INEC, while 14 are for fresh appointment of 5-year term.
Another letter from Mr. President. Dear distinguished Senate President, confirmation of appointment of 19 resident electoral commissioners for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In accordance with the provisions of Section 154, Subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, I am pleased to present for confirmation by the Senate the underlisted names of 19 nominees as resident electoral commissioners appointed for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. 1. Ibrahim Abdullahi, MNI, Adamawa, renewal of appointment. Obo O Efanga, Cross River, renewal of appointment. Alhaji Umar Ibrahim, Taraba, renewal of appointment. Dr. Agboke Mutiu Olaleke, Ogun State, renewal of appointment. Professor Samuel E. Egu, Kogi State, renewal of appointment. Onyeka Pauline Ugochi, Imo State, new appointment. Professor Muhammad Lawal Bashar, Sokoto State, new appointment. Professor Ayobami Salami, Oyo State, new appointment. Ambassador Zango Abdul Samadu Abdu, MNI, Katsina State, new appointment. Mrs. Queen Elizabeth Agu, Ebonyi State, new appointment. Dr. Agundu Oliver Tasu, Benue State, new appointment. Yomere Gabriel Orisem Lebi, Delta State, new appointment. Professor Yahaya Makarfi Ibrahim, Kaduna State, new appointment. Dr. Nura Ali, Kano State, new appointment. Agu Sylvia Uchenna, Enugu State, new appointment. Ahmed Yusha Ugariki, FCT, new appointment. Barrister Hudu Yunusa, MNI, Bochu State, new appointment. Professor Uzochukwu Ikemefuna Chijioke, Anambra State, new appointment. And last but not the least, Mohammed B. Nura, Yobe State, new appointment. The Senate is invited to know that 5 resident electoral commissioners, as presented in the table above, are for renewal of appointments for a second and final term of 5 years, while 14 resident electoral commissioners are for fresh appointments for an initial term of 5 years. The curriculum vitae of the new nominees are attached herewith. While hoping that this submission will receive the usual expeditious consideration of the Senate, please accept the single Senate President the assurances of my consideration and personal regards. Yours sincerely, Muhammadu Buhari.
3 persons for appointment as non-executive directors of the Board of the Central Bank of Nigeria: Mike Obadan, South-South, Justicia Nabuko, South-East, and Adiola Adetunji, South-West, while Suleiman Afibo is for confirmation as commissioner to represent South-East in the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria.
Confirmation of appointment. In accordance with Section 10, Subsection 3A of the Central Bank of Nigeria Establishment Act 2007, I have the pleasure to present the following nominees for confirmation by the Senate for appointment as non-executive directors of the Board of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Professor Mike Idiahi Obadan, South-South Zone. Professor Justice
On the live broadcast of Senate plenary. Well, Senate reconvened from its 2 months annual recess yesterday, being Tuesday, the 20th of September 2022. But today, this is the first live broadcast. We'll be taking from here the new venue for Senate chamber. Like yesterday, we did explain that Senate has relocated to a new chamber, a new place, a temporary chamber, because the hallowed chamber is still is undergoing repairs and rehabilitation. Well, from the other paper today, there are some items that will be coming up, but prominent among them is the fact that Senate will be screening the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria today, and some other items too we expect that will come. But as usual, we have with us here the Chairman, Senate Committee on Rules and Business, Senator Sadiq Umar, who will tell us more of what to expect from the Senate plenary today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, what apart from the CGN screen, and are there other things that we expect on the floor today?
Yeah, so much. We have various reports that are coming on, which is, for example, the Central Bank of Nigeria. We have non-executive directors who has been screened and cleared by the Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions. So we'll be taking that report, and if approved by the Senate, they now continue their appointment as non-executive directors. Aside that, it's also important to know that we are taking several promissory notes for various states, Yobe State, KB State, to be able to, construct federal government roads. That's by way of loan for those states to be able to conduct those loans. And very, very importantly, and very, very significant too, is that we are also considering the FSP and MTEF for 2023 to 2027. That's the Medium-Term Expectation Framework and the Fiscal Strategy paper that gives the framework of what our budgeting will look like and the basis of why we are budgeting, what's the income, how are we going to ensure we don't leave the windows.
All right. Do we say that the new place for the Senate chamber will not affect any legislative activity at all?
We are not comfortable. It's now a regular chamber, but the work goes on. It's about doing the work. Even if it's on top of a tree, anywhere, we have to do our work.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Now we'll take you now to the chamber to follow the day's plenary sitting. Take your inside.
Good morning. Confirm. Those against any answer. The Senate in the Committee of the Whole consider the report of the Committee on National Planning and Economic Affairs on the screening of Mr. President's nominee for appointment as the Chairman, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, and approve the nomination of Mohamed Bello Shehu as the Chairman, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mohamed Bello for appointment as Chairman of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Mohamed Bello is hereby confirmed as Chairman of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. Congratulations to him.
3 bills passed second reading. The Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission Amendment, sponsored by Senator Sadiq Omar. The Patents and Design Act repeal and reenactment by Senator Ibikule Amosun. And the National Poverty Alleviation Management Commission Establishment Bill by Senator Kabir Parkia.
I rise to lead the debate on the Hydroelectric Power Producing Area Development Commission, HYPADEC Act 2010 Amendment B 2022 SB 742. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, permit me to lead this debate of a very important bill which seeks to amend the Hydroelectric Power Producing Area Development Commission Establishment Act 2010. The bill was read for the first time in this hallowed chamber on Tuesday, 8 June 2021. The Hydroelectric Power Producing Area Development Commission Establishment Act 2010 was established as a fund under Section 14(1) of the Act to enable HYPADEC fund and perform its statutory responsibilities. Section 14(2)(a) to D of the Act specify 4 different sources for the maintenance of the fund.
To act the nominee will help us in our screening and confirmation exercise. Copies are circulated, and I want to believe that all of us have copies. Our practice is always to give the opponent or other questions. I think we have taken period. Maybe we debate the questions as well. Because maybe 2 questions for one more.
introduced two major changes to the Principal Act of 2010. The first is that the rate of payment to the fund was reduced from 30% to 10%. The second is that 10% payment will be made by the federal government from the revenue it derived from the concessioning of the hydro plant as well as the royalty paid thereon. In other words, the burden of payment to the hyperdeck fund, which was previously on the GENCOs under the 2013 Amendment Act at a reduced rate of 10%. It follows from the foregoing, therefore, that new Section 14(2)(a) of the 2013 Amendment Act, which provides for 10% rate payable by the federal government, has cancelled and replaced the old Section 14(2)(a) of the Principal Act, which provided for 30% payable by the GENCOs. The ultimate effect is that Section 3 of 2013 Amendment Act has effectively repealed Section 14(2)(a) of the Principal Hyperdebt Act. However, in 2018, a further amendment was made in relation to this provision via Section 3 of the Hyperdebt Establishment Act, Amendment Act 2018. This section also provides that Section 14(2) of the Principal Act is amended by substituting for the 30% in line 1 the figures 10. The above provisions of Section 3 of 2018 are my reasons. A. The specific object and target of the amendment is paragraph A of subsection 14(2) of the Act. However, the wording of the provision appears to suggest that the entirety of subsection 14(2) of the Act was object of the amendment. In this regard, distinguished colleagues, it is instructive to know that subsection 14(2) is merely an opening general provision which introduces the different sources for the maintenance of hyperdeck fund under paragraphs A to D. It states, and I quote, 2. There shall be paid and credited to the fund established pursuant to subsection 1 of this section. Thus, apart from paragraph A, there are paragraphs B dealing with 50% of money due to member states of hyperdeck from the ecological funds. C, dealing with money raised for the purpose of functions of the hyperdeck by way of gifts, loans, grants in aid, testamentary disposition or otherwise. And D, dealing with proceeds from all other assets may from time to time accrue to hyperdeck. It is therefore a misdirection and critical error that Section 3 of 2018 Amendment Act reference a general subsection, Section 14(2), when a specific paragraph A was obviously intended and object of the amendment. B. Another critical misdirection under Section 3 of the 2018 Amendment Act is the imprecise and wrong reference to figures 30 in line 1 of Section 14(2) of the Hyperdebt Act. This is a major error because there is no figure 30 in line 1 of subsection 14(2) of the Act. Figure 30 was only in line 1 of the paragraph A of subsection 14(2) of the Principal Act of 2010, which has been repealed. C. Most important, the target and object of the 2018 Amendment Act ought to be the changes introduced in 2013 Amendment Act and not the repealed provision in the Principal Act of 2010, which has ceased to exist. The 2013 Amendment has effect of repealing 14(2)(a) of 2010 Act. Thus, consequent upon the repeal of 14(2)(a) of the 2010 Act by 2013 Amendment Act, the only figure to be substituted under 14(2)(a) of the Act is figure 10 and not 30. I repeat, figure 10 and not 30. Following from the above, I am inclined to observe that the amendment of 2018 fell short of the change it introduced under Section 3 of 2013 Amendment Act during its attempt to further amend 14(2)(a) of the Act in 2018. The implication of this inadvertence is that Section 3 of the Hyperdeck Establishment Act, Amendment Act 2018 is vague and ineffectual as it purports to amend a non-existing law, that is, a repeal paragraph of a subsection. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, this bill seeks to address and cure the inadvertence of Section 3 of the 2018 amendment, which has hindered the optimal operation of commissions since then. In conclusion, the amendment being proposed here simply, straightforward, and to all intent and purposes must beneficial to development the upper hydroelectric power producing areas. It therefore requires your immediate attention, and I have no hesitation in praying that you give it the expeditious attention it deserves. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the opportunity.
This amendment is not introducing anything new, but serves to correct a legal anomaly in the original act, which, if left in its ambiguous state, will lead to misapplication when it comes to the actual application of the original act. So, Mr. President, there is nothing new, but it's simply an attempt to remove some ambiguity and make the act workable. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, let me commend my brother, distinguished Senator Suleiman Sadiq, for coming up with this, error, for it to be given some legislative cure. Mr. President, this is a very simple and straightforward issue, because when the bill was passed in 2010, one of the sources of fund was that amount of money that will come from GENCOs, which was put at 30%. And as a result of consultation with the critical stakeholders, the issue of implementation in terms of the fund, or 30% being too high, was raised. So the 2018 amendment was specifically designed actually to bring down the 30% to 10%. But of course, from the submission by the sponsor of this bill, it's obvious that there are some technical issues, maybe as a result of the drafting or so. And I think it has now made the new provision ineffectual as reported in this lead debate. So, Mr. President, this is something that needs to be cured, and I believe it is intended to ensure that the hydropower producing areas, the communities, are able to benefit from what the Hyperdeck as a commission is designed to do. And Senator Yahaya Abdullahi brought a motion when we had an accident across River Niger. And one of the causes of that accident was the level of trees along the navigable part of the river. As a result of the intervention of Hyperdeck, this critical problem is now being solved. So this goes a long way to show that the creation of Hyperdeck was well intended, and currently they are doing quite a lot in the host communities or the hydropower producing areas communities. So, Mr. President, currently, because of this technical error on the bill, this collection is suffering, and I think we should expeditiously make this correction so that this particular payment will continue to accrue to Hyperdeck for them to do the good work they are intended or designed to do for the hydropower producing areas communities. Mr. President, with these few comments, I support the second reading of this bill and also urge that we give it all the expeditious attention so that it is passed for the better implementation of the bill. I so move, Mr. President.
I stand to support this bill wholeheartedly because Hyperdeck and the power producing states are being cheated, especially by the GENCOs.
The Gencos are every day receiving money from the federal government in the name of producing energy, producing power, giving power to the distos. But their responsibility of remitting 30% of their accrued revenue to Hyperdeck, they don't do it. Today, Hyperdeck is just standing as a parastatal with no functions. They've been in existence, but nobody is feeling the impact because they have not been able to get any revenue to discharge their responsibilities to those communities. They cannot execute their mandates. As such, what distinguished colleague has brought in here is for us to mandate all those relevant agencies to do the needful. And this needful is by government paying to Hyperdeck 30% of all the generated revenue accruing from power generation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Those in favor that this will be now read the second time, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
A bill for an act to amend the Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission, Hyperdeck Act 2010, and for other related matters, 2022. Second reading.
A bill for an act to amend the Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission, Hyperdeck Act 2010, and for other related matters there to 2022, second reading taken. And the bill is referred to the Committee on Power for further legislative action to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate.
Order of the day is the second reading of the Patent and Design Act Cap P2 LFN 2004, Repeat and Reenactment Bill 2022.
Permit me to lead the debate on the Patent and Design Act Repeat and Reenactment Bill 2021. You will recall that this bill was read for the first time in this chamber on Wednesday, 15 December 2021. The bill seeks to repeal the Patent and Design Act and reenact the Patent and Design Act 2021 to make provision in respect of future patents and applications for patents for the protection of inventions and to give effect to certain international conventions.
The joint correspondence that was endorsed by pretty much every member of the court. My Lord, by way of a comment and reassurance which I'm seeking from you, we want to prevent a reoccurrence of that development. And the way to prevent it is this: I want an assurance from you. The Supreme Court, the judicial arm, is a creation of the Constitution, just like we are. We are section 4. You are 6. You are just as important as we are. We don't want the court coming to us camp in hand, asking for arms. We don't want that. Whatever benefit we are entitled to here as members of the legislative arm, you should also be receiving that, and we want you to insist on it. Insist on it. A situation where judges will be told to leave their chambers by 4 o'clock because there's no diesel, why judges are actually being rationed on when they can travel abroad for courses or not travel, is very, very embarrassing. So I want the reassurance from you that you will insist on the right of the judiciary, that whatever is due the judiciary is given to you. Now, my question.
This is the deputy president of the Senate we are talking about. So, DSP, DSP, you are not limited to 3 minutes, but you are not also allowed infinitum.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that protection. They forgot that they elected me. Now, having said that, my lord, I'd like for you to speak on your vision and your plan for repositioning of the Nigerian judiciary. Thank you, my lord.
My lord, I have provided a chair there. In case you want to listen to the questions seated, in case you want to do that, you are free to do so. Thank you. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Let me welcome, my Lord, the justices of the Supreme Court, and to welcome also the FCT Chief Judge, who is from my constituency, and to congratulate you, Your Lordship, on this wonderful appointment. The Deputy Senate President has captured the essence of most of the issues. But, my Lord, having listened to you and having watched you closely and having seen your passion, my Lord, I'm happy that you have identified as your core vision issues of reform in our administration of justice, particularly the issues of our rules and procedure or practice. Can your Lordship explain in brief how you hope to achieve this, given the fact that a number of your predecessors had also attempted to deal with these issues? Thank you, my Lord.
You remain an example of keeping to time. Chairman Judiciary. Senator Michael Opeyemi Bamidele.
Well, thank you, my Lord, and distinguished colleagues. I am Michael Opeyemi Bamidele. I represent Ekiti Central Senatorial District.
They bring out their innovations. There's a need to have their rights protected. A situation where one's intellectual property is being taken away or exploited without the consent of such person or entity.
As a respecter of rule of law. And I want to say by way of short comment, Mr. President, that it's in the appointment into the leadership of the judiciary in the last decade that we have been able to see compliance with the provisions of our Constitution. And it is hoped that this will be extended to other sectors. My Lord, I have two questions. One, there is a growing public concern over the seeming lack of transparency in the appointment of judicial officers at both the state and federal levels. What will you do to ensure transparency and compliance with laid down procedures and global best practice standards? Question number two. My Lord, the judiciary is pivotal to the strengthening of democracy and good governance. If confirmed as the Chief Justice of Nigeria, my Lord, how will you ensure that the judiciary under your leadership is better equipped to perform this role? And what will be your strategy to ensure that the judiciary is better funded to enhance the capacity of our judicial officers and staff? Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Suswam. Gabriel Suswan.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, let me join my colleagues in welcoming the acting Chief Justice of our country with his colleagues who are here in the numbers. My Lord, I have sentiments attached to your nomination. When I wanted to marry my wife, I spent 2 days in the saying because my father-in-law was living there. And so even if I ask no question, I will support the decision of this honorable house in confirming you today. This honorable Senate, these hallowed chambers of the Senate in confirming you, my Lord. My question is, it is said, my Lord, that justice delayed, justice denied. You agree with me, and most lawyers and Nigerians, that we witness unnecessary delay in the administration of justice in our country. The Supreme Court suffers that the most, maybe because we need more justice at that court, and whether my Lord will subscribe to the fact that more justice should be appointed to the Supreme Court. That is one. And my Lord, under your leadership, if confirmed today, how will you address the issue of this delay in the administration of justice in our country? Thank you.
Senator Nala, and then my Lord will respond, and then we take the next round.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and my colleagues. Mr. President, grant me the indulgence of welcoming the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria into this chamber and his colleagues who were my seniors when I was in the judiciary. I have read the NJC document that recommended you for appointment as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. I'm fanatically attached to use of words. When you look at the recital and the contributions of all the justices in that meeting, your qualification was what stood you out against two other colleagues of yours. And I do know that constitutionally, appointment into judicial offices are based strictly on seniority, of which gave you an age. But you see in the document, the recommendation was that you are a preferred candidate. My thinking will have been that the document should say you are the most qualified, which is the norm, but it's okay. My major concern, sir, is this. Like my colleague have said, there are really growing concerns about appointment of judicial officers in this country. There are really concerns. And you know, having traveled this long, you know what it used to be and what it is now. If confirmed as the Chief Justice of Nigeria, what will you do, differently to ensure that we reverse back to that era where integrity, honesty, commitment to professionalism, and respect for the institution of judiciary are the sine qua non for qualification for appointment into these offices? That's the question. Thank you, sir.
Nala, you can now respond to the questions asked by the DSP, the minority leader, the chairman judiciary, Senator Swam, and Senator Balana Allah, before we go to the next round.
Mr. President, distinguished senators,
I'm happy that the Deputy Senate President, Senator Moagege, started from what he decided not to call petitions, even though many papers and the press that accosted me on the day I was sworn in as acting said justices of the Supreme Court wrote petition. We did not write petition. It was an internal memo of, not of the court, even, but of justices. There were 15 justices of the Supreme Court then, with the Chief Justice. And we had either individually as friends, as colleagues, or in group at meetings, raised certain issues that were touching on persons' working conditions of justices, such as some of us not having accommodation at all, particularly amongst my brothers who were appointed in 2020. Some have still not gotten accommodation. Now ask me, where do they live? Some live very far away, and that was why on Monday when we were to sit, we had to wait for a colleague who stayed quite far to the court. Then some vehicles have not been provided. Our entitlement as justices of Supreme Court to attend workshops were claimed not to be provided for, whereas in the budget there were these provisions. When we realized that each time we had a meeting and we took this up, our brother, the Honorable the Chief Justice, then probably forgot or didn't remember to take care of it. Sometimes the management of the court will still tell the Chief Justice there was no money. So we sat together and put something in paper. No secretary typed this. One of us who was secretary to a committee, which was then the welfare committee of the court, typed it, and we all sat and signed, the 14 of us, and after signing this memo, we took it up to deliver it personally to our brother, the Chief Justice. We didn't allow anybody to see this memo. How it came on pages of newspaper is still a miracle to us. We wouldn't know because we never made it available. In fact, no justice had copy of this memo. We just read it to ourselves and we agreed and we signed and took it to our brother. So I got on the newspapers, if you like, got leaked to the press. We were embarrassed ourselves and we all met with the Chief Justice again to say, what happened? We wanted His Lordship to get the management of the court to meet with us so that we could let them know we had no problem with our number one. We agreed. The Chief Justice gave us a time and we all gathered again in the chambers of the Chief Justice conference room, only to realize that there was no plan to bring any member of the management. The Chief Justice himself was surprised that we were around again because he probably forgot, but he said so. He apologized that he forgot to invite them and we left.
So there was no petition either to or against the Chief Justice. We remained brothers and we were acting as one, even though we had our complaints, like the distinguished senator said, you know, when there was a circular that moved around that, you know, the generator will be switched off at 4 o'clock, when sometimes we may be sitting in court till 6. And I had to climb up the staircase when I arrived the court before 8 a.m. because the circular said generator won't be switched on until 8 a.m. So any justice that came before 8 must either have to stay there if he cannot climb, or climb the stairs to the second to the third floors. We felt that was embarrassing. No. We told our brother, the Chief Justice, and nothing was done to it. I mean, he said he didn't know, you know, what was happening. That was exactly what happened. It was not a petition. The justices were not protesting. You know, no, it was not a protest. We couldn't have carried placards. You know, we just thought to put our complaint on paper for our brother, the Chief Justice. That was all. As to Ariwola's fission, I haven't gone through all the courts, all the hierarchy of courts, and I haven't stayed this far. This is my 11th year in the Supreme Court. I know that judiciary, even though said to be the third arm of government, cannot work alone as an independent arm of government. The Supreme Court, or the judiciary, if you like, needs the other two arms of government mostly. Particularly this Honorable Senate, in that the judiciary of Nigeria is suffering of lack of funds. We're trying to introduce technology. This has gone far in other climes. Technology is so germane, it's so important that it is my desire to introduce like key filing and electronic service of processes. By October, when we are doing our legal year, work has gone very far. The Supreme Court will start off in the way we have computerized and introduced in one of the three courts in the court great technology that lawyers may soon address the court from the comfort of their chambers once they are properly briefed. Like many of us will have had Zoom meetings, Zoom consultation with our friends, our doctors, and so on, from far away in foreign lands. We are starting that soon. What has been our problem is fund. And I believe and happy that if this Honorable Senate is aware that we need to move forward, we need to advance, we need fund so to do. So by the time our budget is presented, we believe it will pass through. There's need to improve on the way we file processes, the way we still do a lot of writing, despite the brief writing of counsel in respect of matters. Justices still record in long hand. But this will change this time around because we are engaging stenographers that will have knowledge, great knowledge of technical terms, legal terms, because I've discovered that some of those engaged will misunderstand what counsel say in their address or in their brief. So we're engaging stenographers and we're going to do transcriptions of, submissions, addresses. We've been doing front loading of pleadings. We shall soon go on front loading evidence, front loading exhibits, so that counsel may not need to come to court. We've always said it, people come from far away, Maiduguri, from far down Port Harcourt, and they get to court only to discover that the court is not sitting. That is not too good. So, it is my desire to plead with this Honorable Senate to approve our budget to do this because it will affect every one of us. I believe that's why we have checks and balances. The judiciary cannot operate without the Senate, nor without the executive arm of government. Indeed, that's what has brought us all here today. The judicial arm of government having played its role by nominating and recommending. The executive having made its choice by appointing. It is required that the Senate must confirm. Otherwise, the nominee of the president will be sent back to him. But we shall make progress at the next stage of the judiciary of this country. On the rules of court, it must have been read in our memo that for over 3 years, rules of court were prepared, and we haven't seen, it hasn't seen light of day. Because this is just the Supreme Court. And there are other courts in the judiciary of this nation. But we want to, in the Supreme Court, give the lead, amend our rules and procedure so that we will move from the archaic procedure that we've always engaged. So that, businessmen, investors will know that the courts are functioning and they are being effective, not just giving judgments, but we are doing effective services. That's why we're going to amend the rules appropriately. We're going to meet with all the heads of courts. Aside from the state high courts, in the past we used to have common rules of court. But each court is entitled to have its own rules of procedure, which will enable the courts function effectively. We have set the machinery in motion. And as to how we go about it, the following week, barely 5 days after I was sworn in acting capacity, I had met with my brother justices of the Supreme Court, and we agreed and set up 4 committees. We were left with 13 of us. The 12th, to which I am the 13th, were set up into 3-man committee each. The number 2 in the court heads the Committee on Finance and Accounts. The next to head litigation and head. The next to head administration and library. And another committee for the welfare of the justices and staff of the court. These committees have set in motion since July, before we went on vacation. And things have begun to give a different look. That's why some of us are still on their workshop now in Dubai to learn more about, administration of justice, because knowledge is germane. You learn every day. You learn every day. So, because, in fact, the Committee on Finance and Accounts had to meet with those in charge of accounts few days ago. I believe because a tree does not make forest. If the Chief Justice insists on knowing everything, calling on the management, that is how they get misled. So, these different committees of 3, which make up with the 12 justices there, have been working very hard. And we have started making progress. We just came back only on the 12th of September. Most of us couldn't go on vacation because it is our court. We told the management, it is our court. All in the management staff are to assist us to do our best to give justice to this country. So we have been working very hard to ensure that such things that happened that made us to have to now write to our brother justice, the Chief Justice, would not occur again. There will be nothing like protesting or complaint when all the justices are involved in the administration of the court. Like Senator Bamidele Opeyemi said, on the appointment of judicial officers. Appointment of judicial officers is provided for in the Constitution. To be appointed to the High Court judge, the Constitution says you must be 10 years in practice. To go to Court of Appeal, 12 years. And to be a Justice of Supreme Court, 15 years. That is what most people think is all about. And, so they aspire. But I'm happy that the National Judicial Council plays a great role in appointment of judicial officers in this country. The state will sit, propose, recommend. These ones will be subjected to interview. You must be in active practice. And I've always told some of our people, you must search yourself, know your worth. To be a judicial officer, it's not I beg your pardon, palongo. It's not a dance that you can learn on the way. You've got to know yourself, know your worth. That's why we should play to ourselves. To ask whoever is our nominee, can you do this job? And that's why most of them, and in some states, we are said to be only seen and not heard. We cannot be heard to complain. We keep quiet often, and we are denied of our entitlements because we cannot be heard or be seen to complain. Maybe nobody may have even heard of our complaint if our memo had not been leaked to the press. And then we are called names, justices dancing nakedly in the market square. I mean, that was insulting to the least. So I want to plead again, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate and distinguished senators, that when we have our budget presented, please look into it. And that's why we've said, and we are doing that, justices must participate in the preparation and defending of our budget. I mean, I'm seeing my brothers, all of you, I mean, will not see me seated to come and defend our budget. We are not to speak, but the admin people, yes, will bring it up there. And we look and we have, greeted. What are we doing here? Is our budget. We are not to be doing that. There's so much work in the court. So we shall make progress, once we have enough fund so to do. And it is my desire to meet with the president, who has presented my name, that I'm his choice, to say the only way we can move is for us to have fund. The judiciary of Nigeria must be properly funded. Judges should not be seen to go cap in hand. No. We should not beg for our entitlement. We should not. We have too much to do than to go about begging. And I'm sure you are aware, he who goes a begging are sorrowing. May we not go a sorrowing. So, that much with the appointment of judicial officers. We are supposed to be constitutionally 21 justices. But we are 13 now. We just discovered on Monday, when we started sitting, that 12 appeals were listed for justices to deal with. 12 appeals on one day. So in 3 days, you can imagine how many appeals we will take. And how do we write these judgments? We need to appoint more justices. But as we said, the rules will have to be amended. There are many cases that should not be allowed to come up. Many cases should be allowed to stop at the Court of Appeal. It's only by the constitutional amendment that can happen. And the constitution can only be amended not by the courts, but by this distinguished House, Senate. National Assembly should please help us, the country, help the nation. Meaning this one must end here. And once you say so, that is the law. That is the law. It becomes the law. I believe with the Senate President and the distinguished senators, we shall make progress on that. Senator Suswan.
Distinguished colleagues, please let's listen to My Lord, we have asked him questions and he's responding to those questions. And the questions, just hold on, please. The questions we asked were the first round of questions. It's an opportunity for us to know, to understand. And it's also an opportunity for him and the judiciary to enlighten the entire country. So please, let's allow him to respond to these questions and then let's see how the next set will look like. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. President. Distinguished Senator Suswan spoke about justice delayed, justice denied. Oh, yes. If justice is delayed, it will end up denying justice. But as the saying goes, if you rush justice, you end up denying justice. How? If a suspect gets into the dock to be tried, and he says, please, my lord, my key witness is not available. Give me an adjournment. And you said, no, you have to close your case. That is rushing justice. And you have denied him justice. But with the administration of criminal justice reformed that is now in practice, there are a number of adjournments that the court must take. There are a number of days a matter must be dealt with. Just like in some political cases, there is provision that a matter must be heard and concluded within a certain time. And if you are aggrieved, you want to appeal, your appeal once filed must be disposed of within a certain time. If you have complaint you want to file, you must file within 14 days. The filing, as I've always said, when laws are made, it is what the court says the law is, that is the law. Otherwise, it remains lifeless in the law books. So, that 14 days, people miscount it. 14 days starts not like you count money. It starts from the date, that's what the law says, from the date of the occurrence of that event you are complaining about. So many people have filed processes on the 15th day when the law talks about 14 days. You start counting from the following day, which is the practice. But that law says from the day of the occurrence of that event. If you are challenging the presentation or the declaration of a different person from you who won the primary, the day is the day of the announcement. 14 days begins to run from that day. And then to 14 days. If you file within 14 days, the court must dispose of the matter within 180 days. Not one day after 180 days. People had challenged filing or tendering of documents up to Supreme Court, and by then they had gone back because 180 days continued to run after them to Court of Appeal, to Supreme Court. By the time they go back to the trial court, the trial judge says, sorry, I can no longer entertain your matter. What do you mean? It is 180 days. Statutory limitation. Then the Court of Appeal within 60 days. The Supreme Court within 60 days. Particularly the Supreme Court, which is the final court, which is the apex court, cannot go beyond that date also. So, yes, justice delayed is justice denied. But you can be sure that even though the wheel of justice may be sluggish, may move sluggishly, but it's only slow, not sluggish. But you can be sure that it is steady. Because if you rush it, you will end up denying justice. And of course, when justice is denied, you may not feel it until you are denied of justice. That's when you feel it. So we are familiar with that, and we're going to, a meeting is being proposed with heads of various courts so that they will be taken along. You know, we won't run the Supreme Court alone. I've been having the maximum cooperation of my brother justices of the Supreme Court, and I'm quite happy about that. Distinguished senators, you can see. The only ones that are not here, as I said, you know, are for a workshop in Dubai. All my brother justices here, they know we are running the system together. It is not a court of chief justice. It is a Supreme Court that we are all serving, and we must not fail. Thank you very much. Yes, Senator Ipa.
Distinguished colleagues, I can hear a lot of please, distinguished colleagues, if it is the view of the majority of our colleagues here that the nominee, my Lord, takes a bow and go, I will rule so. Even if I have a different opinion. Because for me, it would have been an opportunity for us to learn and for Nigerians to also understand. But just hold on, just hold on. But this is, please, this is the home of democracy. This is the home of democracy. And in democracy, the majority rules. So is it the opinion of this Senate that my Lord, the nominee, takes a bow and go, having responded very well to all the questions raised so far? Is it the view of this Senate that he takes a bow? My Lord, distinguished colleagues, please. Oh dear. Chief Whip, please let them sit down, please. Oh my God. Distinguished colleagues, please let's sit down. Oh my God.
justice is leaving the Senate plenary. And then thereafter, the Senate will now have to go into the confirmation process. Screening is another process. The confirmation is another one. So the screening had taken place. Now the Senate will now have to settle down to either confirm or otherwise. Earlier, the screening commenced after the justice presented the then senators began to go into his plans for the Nigerian judiciary. We wanted to know how he intends to address the system, such as delay in justice delivery, improving transparency, compliance to rules and judicial appointments. Justice explained is working to ensure that the Nigerian judicial system is computerized so as to ensure timely delivery of justice and improve the welfare of judicial workers.
Screening exercise in these chambers. Can you get seated?
Well, the rowdiness we are seeing inside the Senate plenary, it's because of some of the senators who actually want to exchange pleasantries with the justice. Some of them are actually following the justice who is leaving the plenary, while some who have already exchanged pleasantries with him are already seated. Now we expect that any moment from now, the confirmation of the justice will commence properly.
Please, distinguished colleagues, order. Distinguished colleagues, order. Distinguished colleagues, order.
Please. Distinguished colleagues, please, distinguished colleagues, let's sit down, please. Huh?
We are here to protest. This issue you have taken.
What decision? Dalla ran ka tafi hakuri da Allah no.
It's for finance.
No.
That's finance. Can I take this? You
No, it's not finance.
No, you have taken this.
On the 26th of July 2022, President Muhammadu Buhari wrote to Senate seeking the confirmation of Justice Olukayode Ariwoola as Chief Justice of Nigeria. Ariwoola, the most senior justice of the Supreme Court, is to replace the former CJN Tanko Muhammad, who resigned on health grounds.
Distinguished colleagues, please, let's take our seats. Distinguished colleagues, please, let's sit down, please. Distinguished colleagues, we are live. We are live. Please. Please sit down. Please. Please leave him. Distinguished colleagues, we have been covered live, and I think we can do better than what we have done, honestly. This was a screening of the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So I think we just utilize the remaining time we have, but well, we've just finished the screening, and some of us wanted to ask some questions. Most of us wanted the nominee to take a bow and go because he had already answered many questions. I had my opinion, but my opinion doesn't matter here once I preside. It's what majority of you want that will go with. So those of us in minority, those of us who wanted to ask questions and were not able to do, please, I appeal to you. This is one Senate. If we are not able to ask questions today, we may ask tomorrow. So there should be no hard feelings that we are not gender friendly or we are not this, we are everything. It's just that the situation demanded that the nominee took a bow and go, because that was the majority opinion. And we stand by that. So I appeal to all of us to please take it as part of the practice in Parliament. The majority will always have its way. We do approval at this stage. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Honorable Justice Olukayode Arwola for appointment as the Chief Justice of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate, plenary.
A motion for the chair to report progress. I so move. No.
Okay. Minority leader.
I rise to second that we return to plenary. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary for the chair to report progress, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the request of Mr. President C&C for the confirmation of a nominee for appointment as the Chief Justice of Nigeria in accordance with Section 231, Subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The nominee answered questions from the single senators on judiciary matters and a number of topical issues. Thereafter, the committee approved the nomination of Honorable Justice Olukayode Aruola as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Confirmation.
Well, this is where we round off today's live broadcast of Senate plenary. At the moment, Senate is just confirming the appointment of Justice Olukayode Aruola as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. We will now hand you over to our studios for the continuation of our scheduled programs for the day. I am Ignatius Nkwo. Enjoy the rest of our programs.